Mirror their breath. When someone's anxious or overwhelmed, words often feel hollow, but your body can speak volumes without saying anything. Sit close to them, stay present, and quietly match the rhythm of their breathing. Don't announce it, don't force it, just breathe with them. Once you're in sync, slowly begin to deepen and slow your own breath. Their nervous system will naturally follow your lead without them even realizing it. This works because we're wired to mirror each other on a subconscious level. When you breathe calmly beside someone who's struggling, you become an anchor they can unknowingly hold on to. You're not trying to fix their problem or talk them down from their emotions. You're offering something deeper, a physical reminder that they're not alone in the moment. This technique is used constantly in therapy, in crisis intervention, even between parents and children during meltdowns. The power lies in its silence. You're communicating safety and presence through nothing but the steady rise and fall of your chest. Most people will never consciously notice what you're doing, but they'll feel the shift. Their shoulders will drop, their jaw will unclench, and the frantic energy that was consuming them will begin to settle. The beauty of this approach is that it requires no expertise, no perfect words, no grand gestures. Just your willingness to be still with someone and let your calm become contagious. In moments of high emotion, this is often more effective than any advice you could give. Because what people need most when they're spiraling isn't solutions. It's the feeling that someone is willing to meet them exactly where they are and breathe through it with them until the storm passes. Confess before asking. Vulnerability is the fastest route to trust, but most people approach requests backwards. They ask first and hope the person says yes, which immediately puts the other person on the defensive. Instead, lead with honesty about your own situation before making your request. Let them see the struggle or the need first, then ask for help. When you say something like, "I've been falling behind on some things lately and I could really use your help," you're doing two things at once. You're being honest about your limitations, which humanizes you, and you're making the other person feel needed rather than used. This completely changes the dynamic of the interaction. Instead of feeling like they're being cornered into doing something, they feel like they're being invited to contribute to something meaningful. This works in professional settings when you need a colleague's assistance, in personal relationships when you need support, even in sales when you need a client to take a leap with you. The reason it's so effective is that it bypasses the natural resistance people have to feeling obligated. When someone confesses vulnerability first, we instinctively want to help because it triggers our empathy rather than our defenses. You're not hiding behind confidence or pretending everything is fine. You're showing that you're human, that you're struggling, and that their contribution would genuinely matter. People are far more likely to say yes when they feel like their help is meaningful rather than transactional. And the confession doesn't have to be dramatic or overly personal. It just has to be honest enough to create a moment of connection before the request arrives. That small shift in order, vulnerability before ask, transforms how people perceive both you and what you're asking for. They're not being pressured or manipulated. They're being trusted with something real. And that trust creates the kind of willingness that no amount of persuasion techniques ever could. Use their words. Understanding isn't demonstrated through clever responses or elaborate advice. It's shown through the simple act of reflecting someone's own language back to them. When someone shares something meaningful, listen for the specific words or phrases they use that carry emotional weight, then incorporate those exact words into your response. If they say they feel dismissed, don't replace it with ignored or overlooked. Say dismissed. If they describe something as overwhelming, use that word, not stressful or challenging. This technique works because when people hear their own language reflected back, their brain registers it as proof that they've been truly heard. It creates an immediate sense of being understood that goes deeper than any paraphrasing could achieve. You're not just getting the general idea, you're tracking their exact experience as they've expressed it. This is used constantly in therapy to build rapport and deepen exploration. A therapist might say, "So when you say you felt trapped, what did that trapping feeling look like?" The client's own word becomes the anchor for going deeper. The same principle applies in everyday conversations. When you echo someone's language, you're essentially saying, "I'm not just hearing you, I'm with you in this." It's particularly powerful in conflict or tense conversations. If someone says they feel unheard, responding with, "You feel unheard," immediately validates them in a way that substituting a different word never could. It stops arguments from escalating because the person realizes you're not trying to reframe or minimize their experience. You're meeting them exactly where they are. This doesn't mean parroting everything they say or becoming robotic in your responses. It means paying close enough attention to catch the words that matter most to them and treating those words with care when you respond. People will unconsciously relax when they hear their own language reflected back because it signals that the distance between you is shrinking. You're speaking their language, not imposing yours. Say "That's exactly." Validation doesn't require elaborate praise or over-the-top enthusiasm. Sometimes the most powerful affirmation is the simplest one, telling someone that their thought or instinct aligns perfectly with your own. When someone shares an idea, especially if they seem uncertain about it, saying, "That's exactly what I would have said," creates an immediate shift. It's not patronizing because you're not positioning yourself above them. You're standing beside them, confirming that their thinking is sound and that if you were in their position, you'd be on the same track. This works because most people, especially when they're less experienced or in unfamiliar territory, are constantly second-guessing themselves. They're not necessarily looking for you to solve their problem or even improve their idea. They're looking for confirmation that they're not completely off base, that their instincts are leading them somewhere reasonable. When you provide that confirmation by saying those words, you give them something more valuable than advice. You give them confidence. This technique is particularly effective in professional mentoring, where someone junior might present an idea tentatively, scanning your face for judgment. Instead of immediately jumping in with suggestions or modifications, pause and acknowledge what's already right. "That's exactly what I would have said." You've identified the core issue perfectly. Suddenly, they sit straighter. Their voice gets stronger, and they're more willing to develop the idea further because they're not starting from a place of doubt. It works in parenting too, when a child makes a decision or suggests something and you can see they're uncertain. Confirming their thinking builds their decision-making confidence over time. In relationships, it creates moments of alignment that strengthen connection. The power isn't in the words themselves, but in what they signal. That the person's thinking is already good enough, smart enough, on point enough, that you would have arrived at the same conclusion. That validation, delivered simply and genuinely, often provides more momentum than any amount of guidance ever could. Plant ideas subtly. Direct suggestions often trigger resistance, even when they're good ideas. People instinctively want to feel like they're making their own decisions, not being told what to do. The solution is to frame your suggestions as questions that invite them to explore the idea themselves. Instead of saying, "You should try leading this project," ask, "What would it look like if you actually led this one?" The shift is subtle but powerful. You're not pushing them toward a decision. You're opening a door and letting them walk through it on their own terms. When you plant an idea as a question, their brain starts working on it immediately. They begin imagining scenarios, weighing possibilities, considering outcomes, all without feeling like they're being directed. This technique bypasses the natural resistance people have to being told what to do, because technically you're not telling them anything. You're just wondering aloud, inviting them to wonder with you. In therapy, this is how change actually happens. A therapist doesn't command someone to think differently. They ask questions that guide the person toward discovering new perspectives themselves. In sales, the best closers don't push products. They ask questions that help customers realize they need what's being offered. In parenting, it helps children develop independent thinking rather than just following orders. In leadership, it builds buy-in because people feel like they arrived at the conclusion themselves rather than having it imposed from above. The art is in making the question feel genuine, not manipulative. You're not being sneaky or trying to trick someone. You're genuinely curious about what they would think if they considered this angle. And because you're asking rather than telling, they have the freedom to reject the idea without rejecting you. Most of the time, though, Once you've planted the seed with a well-crafted question, their mind will naturally tend it. They'll turn it over, examine it from different angles, and often arrive exactly where you hoped they would, convinced it was their idea all along. That's not manipulation. That's respecting autonomy while still offering guidance, and it's one of the most effective ways to influence without creating resistance. Touch the table. In conversations that start to drift or lose focus, attention rarely returns on its own. People's eyes wander, their minds follow, and the connection weakens without anyone really noticing. But there's a simple physical cue you can use to gently pull focus back without saying a word. During an important moment in the conversation, place your hand flat on the table between you. Not aggressively, not with any force, just a calm, grounded gesture. The movement is small enough not to be distracting, but noticeable enough to register subconsciously. What happens next is subtle but consistent. The other person's attention comes back. Their eyes return to you, their posture shifts slightly forward, and the conversation sharpens. This works because physical gestures anchor attention in a way that words alone sometimes can't. The table becomes a shared space, and your hand on it signals that what's happening right now matters. It's a non-verbal way of saying, "This is important. Stay here with me." Therapists use variations of this in sessions, especially during emotional moments when a client might start to dissociate or drift. A gentle hand on the armrest or a slight lean forward brings them back. In negotiations, experienced professionals use physical anchoring to punctuate key points, making sure nothing critical gets lost in the flow. In group settings, it can help redirect a meandering discussion without overtly interrupting. The key is that it's not performative. You're not slamming your hand down or making a show of it. It's a quiet, deliberate movement that your body uses to create a moment of stillness and focus. The other person won't necessarily register what you did consciously, but they'll feel the shift in energy. And in conversations where every word matters, that shift can be the difference between something landing or sliding past unnoticed. The table, the space between you, becomes grounded by your touch, and everything said in that moment carries more weight because you physically marked it as significant. Describe their expression. Trying to name someone's emotion directly can backfire, especially if you get it wrong or if they're not ready to put a label on what they're feeling. A safer and often more effective approach is to describe what you're observing without interpreting it. Instead of saying, "You seem upset," which can feel presumptive or invasive, say something like, "You've been really quiet since that call," or "Your shoulders have been tense all morning." You're not diagnosing their emotional state. You're simply reflecting what you see, giving them space to decide what it means. This works because it removes the pressure of being analyzed or judged. When you describe observable details, the person doesn't feel like you're trying to read their mind or push them into a conversation they're not ready for. But at the same time, they feel seen. They know you've noticed something has shifted, and that awareness alone can be comforting. It tells them they don't have to pretend everything is fine, but it doesn't force them to explain themselves either. In therapy, this technique helps clients become more aware of their own physical and emotional states without feeling cornered. A therapist might say, "I notice your hands are clenched," or "You just took a really deep breath." It invites reflection without demanding answers. In parenting, describing what you observe rather than what you think your child feels helps them develop their own emotional vocabulary. In relationships, it shows attentiveness without being controlling. You're not saying, "I know what's wrong with you." You're saying, "I see you, and something's different." That distinction matters enormously. People are far more likely to open up when they feel their autonomy is being respected. And often, once you've described what you've noticed, they'll start talking on their own, filling in the emotional context you deliberately left open. You haven't forced the conversation. You've simply made space for it by showing that you're paying attention without trying to manage what they're going through. That gentle observation, free of judgment or assumption, becomes the doorway they choose to walk through when they're ready. Speak slower always. In a world that rewards speed, slowing down your speech creates an immediate contrast that draws attention. When everyone else is rushing through their words, trying to squeeze in as much as possible, the person who speaks slowly stands out. Not because they're louder or more aggressive, but because they sound more deliberate, more thoughtful, more in control. When you slow your pace, even slightly, people unconsciously interpret it as confidence. They assume you've already thought through what you're saying and don't need to rush because you're certain of your point. This works in meetings, in casual conversations, in presentations, anywhere words matter. The rhythm of your speech affects how your message is received far more than most people realize. Fast talkers can sound nervous or unsure, even when they know exactly what they're talking about. Slow speakers sound measured and intentional, even when they're figuring it out as they go. Slowing down also gives your words more weight. When there's space between your sentences, each one has room to land and be absorbed. The listener's brain has time to process what you've said before the next thought arrives. This makes complex ideas easier to follow and ensures nothing important gets lost in a verbal blur. In conflict or tense situations, speaking slowly has a calming effect. When emotions are running high and voices are getting louder, the person who maintains a steady, unhurried pace becomes the anchor. They're not matching the chaos, they're modeling calm, and often others will unconsciously start to match them instead. Therapists use this constantly to manage the emotional temperature in a room. Negotiators use it to maintain control without aggression. Leaders use it to convey authority without needing to dominate. The trick isn't to drag your words out unnaturally or sound robotic. It's to resist the urge to fill every pause immediately, to let your sentences breathe, to trust that your next thought doesn't need to rush in before the current one has fully landed. When you give yourself permission to slow down, you give others permission to slow down with you. And in that slower space, understanding deepens, tension eases, and your words carry the kind of weight that hurried speech never achieves. People won't always remember exactly what you said, but they'll remember how clear and composed you sounded while saying it. That impression often matters more than the content itself. End with compliments. The last thing you say in any interaction carries disproportionate weight. People remember endings more vividly than middles, so if you want to leave a positive impression, make sure your final words are affirming. Even if the conversation has been difficult, even if you've had to deliver criticism or bad news, finding something genuine to compliment at the end can completely change how the entire interaction is remembered. This isn't about being fake or sugarcoating problems. It's about recognizing that people leave conversations carrying whatever emotional note you ended on. If you close with criticism, they walk away feeling deflated. If you close with something positive and sincere, they walk away feeling seen and valued despite any challenges discussed. In professional feedback sessions, experienced managers always end with recognition. They might spend 20 minutes addressing performance issues, but the last thing they say is something like, "I do want to say, the way you handled that client situation last week was exactly right. You really thought on your feet." That ending shifts the entire tone. The person leaves feeling capable of improvement rather than just criticized. In parenting, ending hard conversations with affirmation helps children feel secure even after being corrected. In relationships, it prevents resentment from building after arguments. In sales, it leaves clients with a positive association even if they didn't buy. The compliment needs to be specific and genuine. Generic praise feels hollow and can actually undermine trust. But when you end with something real, something you've actually noticed and appreciated, it lands powerfully. People feel like you see the whole picture of who they are, not just their flaws or failures. And that feeling of being seen as a complete person, with strengths worth acknowledging, often becomes the thing they carry with them long after the details of the conversation fade. The ending isn't just the ending, it's what colors their memory of everything that came before it. Use that power carefully and consistently, and you'll find that even your difficult conversations strengthen relationships rather than damaging them. Leave before peak. Endings shape memories more than duration. If you stay at an event or in a conversation until it naturally fizzles out, until the energy is dead and everyone is just going through the motions, that's what you'll remember. But if you leave while things are still good, while people are still laughing, while the energy is high, you preserve the best part. And more than that, you become associated with that peak moment rather than the slow decline that follows. This is why the most memorable guests at parties aren't the ones who stay until the lights come on. They're the ones who leave right after a great story or a genuine laugh, who exit while everyone is still glad they came. Psychologically, we remember peaks and endings most vividly. So if you control when you exit, you control what moment defines the entire experience. This works in professional settings too. Meetings that drag on past their usefulness kill momentum and leave everyone drained. But meetings that end on a high note, with energy and agreement still in the air, leave people feeling motivated and productive. In relationships, knowing when to end a date, when to wrap up a phone call, when to let a visit conclude before it stretches too long, keeps the connection feeling positive rather than obligatory. The hard part is fighting the instinct to squeeze every last drop out of a good moment. We want to stay because we're enjoying ourselves and we don't want it to end. But the paradox is that staying too long makes the good thing worse. Leaving a little early makes it better, makes it last longer in memory, makes people wish it had continued rather than relieved that it finally ended. This isn't about being cold or calculating. It's about respecting the natural arc of energy and knowing that preservation sometimes means pulling back before decay sets in. When you leave while things are still good, people remember you fondly. When you stay until things go stale, they remember being tired. That difference in how you're remembered has compounding effects over time. People look forward to seeing you again because their last memory is positive. They associate you with energy and enjoyment rather than the awkward trailing off that happens when no one knows how to end things. The person who masters the exit, who knows when to leave, becomes someone others consistently want around because they never outstay their welcome. Show hands always. Trust begins with subtle cues our conscious minds barely register. One of the most primal and powerful is the visibility of hands. Throughout human history, hidden hands suggested concealment, potential threat, something being held back. Visible hands signaled openness, honesty, nothing to hide. That instinct still governs how we unconsciously assess people today, even though we're not worried about physical weapons. When your hands are visible during conversation, especially early in an interaction, you're sending a constant low-level signal of trustworthiness. This doesn't mean you need to wave them around or gesture excessively. It just means not hiding them in pockets, under tables, or crossed in front of your body. Keeping them relaxed and visible, resting on a table or hanging naturally at your sides, creates an atmosphere of openness that makes everything else you say more believable. Skilled negotiators, therapists, salespeople, anyone whose work depends on building rapid trust knows this instinctively. They keep their hands where they can be seen. They use open gestures rather than closed ones. They never create physical barriers between themselves and the person they're trying to connect with. In conflict situations, visible hands are even more critical. When emotions are high and defenses are up, the physical reassurance that nothing is being concealed helps prevent escalation. Your body is saying, "I'm not a threat," before your words have a chance to prove it. In everyday interactions, this principle shows up in countless small ways. The person who keeps their hands visible while explaining something difficult is more believed than the person who crosses their arms or keeps their hands behind their back. The leader who gestures openly while speaking inspires more confidence than one who grips a podium with white knuckles. The friend who reaches across the table with open palms invites connection more effectively than one who sits with hands hidden. You don't need to think about this constantly or become self-conscious about your hand placement. Just develop the habit of keeping them visible and relaxed in important conversations. Let them rest on your lap, on the table, gesture naturally when you speak. That simple shift in behavior triggers unconscious trust responses in others that make every other aspect of your communication more effective. People will feel safer with you without knowing why. They'll be more likely to open up, more willing to believe you, more comfortable in your presence, all because of something as simple as keeping your hands where they can be seen. Ask for advice. Asking for advice is one of the most underrated influence techniques because it seems counterintuitive. We think showing competence and having answers is what earns respect and influence, but often the opposite is true. When you ask someone for advice, even on something you could probably figure out yourself, you accomplish several things at once. You show them respect by valuing their opinion. You make them feel useful and knowledgeable. And perhaps most importantly, you create psychological investment. Once someone has given you advice, they become unconsciously committed to your success. They've contributed their thinking to your problem, which means they now have a stake in the outcome. This is why mentors become so invested in their mentees, why people who give advice often become advocates. They're not just observers anymore, they're participants. In professional settings, asking a colleague how they would approach something you're working on doesn't make you look weak. It makes them feel valued and creates an alliance. In personal relationships, asking for someone's perspective on a decision you're making deepens the connection because you're showing them their input matters. The advice doesn't even have to be groundbreaking. The act of asking is what creates the bond. This works because most people want to feel helpful and knowledgeable. Giving advice satisfies both needs, and when you follow through, even partially, on what they suggested, you create a small success that they feel connected to. You've given them evidence that their thinking has impact, which makes them more likely to support you in the future. The key is to ask genuinely, not as manipulation. Ask people who actually do have relevant experience or perspective. Ask specific questions rather than vague ones. And when they answer, listen carefully and show that you're taking their input seriously. That respect for their contribution is what transforms a simple question into a relationship-building moment. People who feel consulted become invested. People who feel invested become supporters. And all it takes is being willing to ask a question rather than pretending you have all the answers. That small act of humility often generates more influence than any display of competence ever could. Nod while asking. Body language can bias responses in ways most people never consciously notice. When you ask a question while nodding slightly, you create a subtle momentum toward agreement. The physical gesture suggests affirmation, and the person you're asking unconsciously picks up on that cue and mirrors it. This doesn't work for genuinely controversial or complex decisions, but for everyday choices, small asks, or situations where someone is already leaning toward yes but hasn't fully committed, a gentle nod while asking can be the difference between hesitation and agreement. This works because humans are natural mimics. We unconsciously mirror the body language of people we're interacting with, especially in cooperative contexts. When you nod, you trigger a mirroring response that often translates to mental agreement as well. The body says yes, and the mind follows. You'll see skilled salespeople do this constantly without even thinking about it. They'll ask, "Does this make sense?" while nodding, and the customer nods along, reinforcing their own agreement. Teachers do it when checking comprehension with students. Managers do it when confirming team members understand next steps. The nod isn't forceful or exaggerated, just a small, natural gesture that happens to carry psychological weight. The key is subtlety and genuine warmth. If you're too obvious or mechanical about it, people will sense manipulation and resist. But when it's a natural part of your communication style, a gentle, affirmative gesture accompanying questions, it smooths interactions and reduces friction around small decisions. You're not tricking anyone into doing something they don't want to do. You're just removing a tiny bit of resistance, making agreement feel slightly more natural than disagreement. Over time, this tiny advantage compounds. Conversations flow more smoothly. Small asks meet less resistance. People feel generally more aligned with you because interactions with you tend to end in agreement rather than pushback. None of this is conscious on their part, which is why it works. The nod is doing its work beneath the level of awareness, gently guiding without pushing, suggesting without demanding. And in a world full of friction and resistance, being someone who makes agreement feel easy becomes a significant advantage. Fake deadline works. Urgency changes everything about how people approach tasks. Without a deadline, work expands to fill available time. With one, focus sharpens and progress accelerates. The fascinating thing is that the deadline doesn't even have to be completely real to be effective. When you create a time boundary, even an artificial one, it triggers productivity and decision-making that wouldn't otherwise happen. This works in professional contexts constantly. Projects that have been stalling suddenly move forward when someone announces a firm deadline, even if that deadline is somewhat arbitrary. In negotiations, introducing time pressure, an offer expiring, a window closing, a decision needed by Friday pushes people off the fence. Without urgency, people default to inaction, to waiting for more information, to putting things off. With urgency, they commit. The psychological mechanism here is that deadlines force prioritization. When time is unlimited, everything feels equally important or unimportant, and decisions get delayed indefinitely. When time is limited, people are forced to evaluate what actually matters and act on it. This is why experienced project managers build in deadlines for every phase of work, not because the dates are critically important, but because they create the structure that keeps momentum going. In personal contexts, you can use this for yourself. Tell yourself you have to decide something by Friday or finish a task by Monday, and even if nothing external enforces that timeline, you'll find your brain starts working on it differently. The fake deadline becomes real in its effects because your psychology doesn't distinguish between external necessity and self-imposed structure. The ethical line here is straightforward. Don't create fake urgency that harms people or pressures them into bad decisions. Don't pretend something is time-sensitive when it isn't to manipulate someone into acting against their interests. But creating structure and urgency where genuine progress needs to happen, even if the specific timeline is somewhat flexible, is a useful tool. People will thank you for it later when the thing actually gets done instead of languishing forever in the realm of eventually. The fake deadline, used wisely, is one of the most effective productivity hacks available, both for yourself and for guiding others toward necessary action. Speak in stories. Facts inform, but stories persuade. When you want someone to understand something complex or accept something challenging, wrapping it in narrative form makes it digestible and memorable in ways that bullet points never achieve. Stories bypass analytical resistance because they engage emotions and imagination rather than just logic. The listener isn't evaluating your argument, they're experiencing something with you, which creates openness rather than defense. This is why every great teacher, leader, and communicator relies heavily on stories. They know that people might forget statistics or principles, but they remember stories. A well-told anecdote about someone who tried something and succeeded or failed carries more weight than pages of analysis. In professional settings, instead of presenting data about why a strategy should change, tell the story of a client whose experience illustrated the problem. In parenting, instead of lecturing about consequences, share a story about someone who learned that lesson the hard way. In relationships, instead of arguing about how you feel, tell the story of the moment when you first noticed the feeling. Stories work because they're how human beings have always transferred knowledge. Our brains are wired for narrative. We think in stories, remember in stories, make sense of our lives through stories. When you present information any other way, you're fighting against how people naturally process the world. When you present it as story, you're working with their cognitive grain. The story doesn't have to be elaborate or perfectly crafted. It just needs to be concrete and honest. People connect with real details, specific moments, genuine experiences. The time and place, the emotions involved, the surprising turn, the resolution, those elements turn abstract concepts into something touchable. And once something is touchable, once it's real in someone's imagination, it influences how they think and what they decide. This is why the best salespeople tell customer stories rather than listing features. Why the best coaches share moments from their own experience. Why the most persuasive arguments often start with, "Let me tell you about a time when." That phrase signals to the listener's brain that something concrete and memorable is coming, and they lean in automatically. Use stories not as decoration, but as your primary persuasive tool. Wrap your point in narrative and watch how much more readily people absorb and accept what you're saying. Whisper intention. When everyone else is raising their voice, the person who lowers theirs commands the room. In tense situations where emotions are escalating and volume is increasing, the instinct is to match intensity to be heard. But that instinct is wrong. Matching intensity adds fuel to fire. Lowering your voice, speaking barely above a whisper, does something completely different. It forces others to quiet down to hear you. It breaks the pattern of escalation. And it signals a level of control and composure that immediately shifts the power dynamic. This works because loud arguments are essentially emotional floods. Everyone is reacting, no one is thinking clearly, and the volume itself becomes part of the problem. When you refuse to raise your voice, when you deliberately speak more softly than the situation seems to warrant, you create a contrast that's impossible to ignore. People stop shouting and start listening because they have to. Your refusal to match their energy becomes the most noticeable thing in the room. Therapists use this in family sessions when conflicts erupt. Instead of trying to referee at volume, they drop their voice until the family has to quiet down to hear what's being said. Negotiators use it when the other side is getting aggressive. The calm, quiet voice makes the anger look disproportionate and childish by comparison. Parents instinctively know this works better than yelling back at a screaming child. The soft voice doesn't feed the tantrum, it diffuses it. The key is that this isn't weakness, it's strength. It takes more self-control to stay quiet than to yell. And that control is what the other person or people notice and unconsciously respect. You're not being steamrolled by emotion. You're standing steady while everyone else is being tossed around. That steadiness becomes magnetic. People want to be near calm in chaos. They want to be led by someone who isn't losing it. By lowering your voice in the exact moment when everyone expects you to raise it, you become that person. The one who's in control when no one else is. The one whose words actually matter because they're the only ones being said with intention rather than reaction. This doesn't mean you're passive or letting things slide. You can still be firm, still be clear, still hold boundaries, but you do it quietly, and that quiet has more force than any shout. Their name rewires. There's something neurologically special about hearing your own name. The brain lights up with attention in a way it doesn't for other words. Using someone's name during conversation, especially at strategic moments, creates instant focus and connection. But the key is strategic. Overuse it, and you sound like a salesperson running a script. Use it too rarely, and you miss the opportunity. The sweet spot is dropping their name once or twice during important moments, when you need their full attention, when you want something to land with weight, when you want to create intimacy in the exchange. Starting or ending a thought with their name bookends the message with personal significance. Jess, I need you to hear this. Or, that really matters, Marcus. The name anchors the statement, makes it feel directed and intentional rather than general. In meetings, using someone's name before asking their opinion makes them more likely to engage thoughtfully. Sarah, what do you think about this approach? In conflict, using a name can de-escalate by reminding both people there's a human on the other side. Alex, I know we're both frustrated right now. In casual conversation, dropping someone's name occasionally deepens the sense of connection because it signals you're not just talking at anyone, you're specifically engaged with them. This works across contexts because the name creates a micro moment of recognition. For that split second, the person knows without question that what you're saying is meant for them specifically. That clarity cuts through distraction and ambiguity. In group settings, it directs focus. In one-on-one conversations, it intensifies intimacy. In written communication, it adds warmth and specificity that generic messages lack. The mistake people make is thinking names only matter in first meetings or formal settings. Actually, continuing to use someone's name throughout a relationship, even after years, maintains a level of intentionality that keeps the connection fresh. It signals that you're still actively seeing them as an individual, not just as a role or familiar presence you've gotten used to. That ongoing recognition, delivered through something as simple as saying their name, prevents relationships from becoming automatic, and keeps them feeling alive and attentive. Your name is the sweetest sound to your own ears. Give people that sweetness, and they'll unconsciously associate you with the good feeling it creates. Sit diagonally always. Physical positioning affects psychological comfort more than most people realize. Sitting directly across from someone, face to face, creates a confrontational dynamic whether you intend it or not. Your bodies are squared off. Eye contact becomes intense and unavoidable, and the setup mirrors conflict or competition more than collaboration. Sitting side by side is better for collaboration, but can feel too intimate or informal for certain contexts. The optimal position is diagonal, angled toward each other but not directly opposed. This creates engagement without confrontation, connection without invasion of space. In cafes, meetings, even casual conversations, shifting your position to diagonal rather than head-on changes the entire energy. Suddenly, the conversation feels less like an interview or debate and more like a shared exploration. This is why savvy negotiators avoid sitting directly across the table from the other party if possible. They choose corner positions or L-shaped seating arrangements that create the diagonal angle. Therapists arrange furniture to facilitate this positioning because it makes clients feel less scrutinized and more comfortable opening up. On dates, sitting at a right angle to each other generally feels better than facing each other head-on across a table for the entire meal. The diagonal allows for natural eye contact when you want it, but doesn't force constant, intense eye contact when you don't. It gives people the option to look away without it feeling like disengagement. That flexibility makes longer conversations more sustainable because there's no pressure to maintain unwavering focus, which is exhausting. In professional settings, when you have a difficult conversation to navigate, suggesting you both sit on the same side of the table or choosing chairs that create an angle rather than opposition can make the conversation go significantly better. The positioning itself reduces defensiveness because it physically communicates that you're not adversaries. You're two people looking at a situation together. Pay attention to positioning in your important conversations. Small shifts in where you sit or stand can dramatically affect how the interaction feels and how willing the other person is to be open with you. The diagonal isn't just comfortable, it's strategic, creating the physical conditions that make psychological connection easier to achieve and maintain. Anchor with numbers. The first number mentioned in any negotiation or discussion involving value sets the reference point for everything that follows. This is anchoring, and it's one of the most reliable psychological effects in decision-making. If you're selling something and you mention a price first, that number becomes the baseline against which all other numbers are judged. If you're asking for a raise and you name a figure, that becomes the anchor. The fascinating thing is that even when the initial number is clearly arbitrary or unrealistic, it still influences subsequent thinking. Studies show that even random numbers can create anchoring effects. What this means practically is that in any situation involving numbers, money, time, quantity, you want to be the one who introduces the first number, and you want it to be favorable to your position. If you're negotiating salary, don't wait for them to make the first offer. Research your market value and anchor high. If you're discussing project timelines, set the anchor for how long it should take rather than reacting to someone else's expectation. If you're settling a dispute involving amounts, name your number first. The psychological mechanism is that once a number is on the table, all subsequent discussion happens relative to that number. If you anchor at $70,000 for a salary, discussion centers on whether that's too high and by how much. If they anchor at $50,000, discussion centers on whether that's too low. The whole frame of the conversation shifts based on who sets the initial number. This isn't about being dishonest or unreasonable. Your anchor should be defensible and based on real information. But within the range of reasonable, choose the end of the range that favors you and put it on the table first. In everyday situations, you can use anchoring more subtly. When discussing how much time you need for something, mention a time frame that gives you comfortable margin. When talking about how much something costs, mention the higher reference point before the actual price. The initial number shapes expectations in ways that persist even through significant negotiation and discussion. Being aware of anchoring also helps you recognize when others are using it on you. When you hear a first number, pause and ask yourself whether it's based on solid reasoning or just an anchor designed to influence your thinking. Bring your own research and reference points to counter anchors you don't want to accept. The person who controls the anchor often controls the negotiation, so either set it yourself or actively resist accepting someone else's without examination. Numbers have power, but the first number mentioned has the most power of all. Apologize first wins. In conflict, pride keeps people locked in standoffs where neither side wants to give ground. Apologizing first feels like losing, like admitting you were wrong while the other person gets to remain right. But that's a fundamental misunderstanding of what apology does and how power actually works in relationships. Apologizing first doesn't make you weak. It makes you the one with enough security to prioritize resolution over ego. And paradoxically, that's a position of strength, not weakness. When you apologize first, even just for your part in how things went wrong, you break the deadlock. The other person's defenses drop because they're no longer fighting against your stubbornness. They often quickly follow with their own apology because you've made it safe to do so. You've shown that admitting fault won't be weaponized, that there's room for both people to be human and imperfect. In professional contexts, leaders who apologize first for their contributions to communication breakdowns or project failures earn tremendous respect and loyalty. It shows confidence and creates a culture where others feel safe, acknowledging mistakes rather than hiding them. In parenting, being willing to apologize to your children when you're wrong teaches them that apology is strength, not weakness, and models the kind of emotional maturity you want them to develop. In romantic relationships, the person who apologizes first is usually the person who cares more about the relationship than about being right, and that's ultimately what makes relationships last. The apology doesn't have to be comprehensive or take full blame. It can be narrow and specific. I shouldn't have raised my voice. I could have communicated that better. I'm sorry for my part in how that went. These limited apologies acknowledge your role without accepting total responsibility for the situation, which makes them easier to offer and harder to reject. The key is that they're genuine. Fake apologies that blame the other person while pretending to apologize, "I'm sorry you got upset," for example, make things worse. Real apologies that name something you actually did wrong and express genuine regret for it create openings. And in conflicts where both people have contributed to the problem, which is most conflicts, apologizing first doesn't mean you were more wrong. It means you were more interested in moving forward. That initiative, that willingness to step toward resolution even when the other person hasn't yet, is what ends standoffs. Most conflicts don't need someone to win. They need someone to be brave enough to stop fighting. Being that person isn't surrender, it's leadership. Raise eyebrows slightly. Nonverbal communication happens faster than words, and first impressions form in fractions of a second. One of the simplest micro-expressions that creates instant warmth is the brief eyebrow raise when you make eye contact with someone. It's a quick, subtle lift that signals recognition and positive acknowledgement. When you see someone you know, or even someone you're meeting for the first time, that split-second eyebrow flash communicates openness and friendliness. It's a universal gesture that crosses cultures and registers unconsciously as welcoming. This tiny gesture creates connection before you've said a word. The person you flashed feels seen and acknowledged in a way that neutral eye contact doesn't quite achieve. It's particularly effective in situations where verbal greeting isn't possible or appropriate. Passing someone in a hallway, making eye contact across a crowded room, acknowledging someone while you're both occupied with other things. The eyebrow raise does the work of a smile, but feels even more sincere because it's harder to fake and less commonly performed deliberately. In professional networking, this micro-gesture helps you seem approachable and warm, which makes people more likely to engage with you. In dating contexts, it creates a moment of connection that can open the door to conversation. In everyday interactions with service workers, neighbors, or strangers, it makes you someone who brightens the space slightly just by being in it. The key is that it needs to be genuine and brief. A too long or too exaggerated eyebrow raise looks sarcastic or confused. The real gesture is quick, just a flash, almost imperceptible, but definitely there. It happens naturally when we're genuinely pleased to see someone, so the goal is to make that natural response more conscious and consistent. Start noticing when people do it to you and how it makes you feel. Then start doing it intentionally when you make eye contact with others, even strangers. Watch how often people's faces light up in response, how they smile or return the gesture, how that microsecond of connection changes the tone of whatever interaction follows. You're not doing anything dramatic or attention-seeking. You're just using your face to send a clear signal of positive recognition, and that signal creates ripples of goodwill that extend far beyond the gesture itself. In a world where so many people feel invisible or ignored, being someone who consistently acknowledges others, even through something as small as an eyebrow flash, makes you memorable and valued in ways that accumulate powerfully over time. Pause before responding. In conversations, especially tense or important ones, the impulse is to respond immediately. Someone finishes speaking and you jump in, either to agree, disagree, or add your perspective. This rapid-fire exchange feels dynamic, but it's often counterproductive. When you pause, even for just 2 or 3 seconds before responding, several things happen. First, you show that you're actually thinking about what was said rather than just waiting for your turn to talk. Second, you give yourself time to respond more thoughtfully rather than reactively. Third, you create a sense that your words carry weight because they're not just automatic. That brief silence before you speak makes whatever you say next feel more considered and therefore more credible. In negotiations or debates, the person who pauses before speaking almost always seems more in control than the person who responds instantly. The pause signals confidence and thoughtfulness. You're not scrambling to defend yourself or prove your point. You're taking the time to formulate a response worth hearing. In emotional conversations, the pause gives you the space to respond from a calm place rather than from the initial spike of feeling that might lead you to say something you'll regret. Therapists use this constantly, letting silence sit after a client speaks before offering any response. That silence gives the client space to add more, to clarify, to go deeper. It shows that the therapist isn't rushing to fix or judge, just holding space for whatever's being shared. Parents who pause before responding to children's difficult questions or provocative statements generally handle those moments better than parents who react immediately. The pause is where wisdom lives, in that gap between stimulus and response. Reactive communication is almost always lower quality than responsive communication. Reactions are driven by emotion and habit. Responses are driven by thought and intention. The pause is what transforms reaction into response. And the more important the conversation, the more valuable that transformation becomes. This doesn't mean every conversation needs pregnant pauses or theatrical silence. Normal social exchange flows naturally with quick back and forth. But in moments that matter, in conversations where stakes are high or emotions are involved or decisions need to be made, deliberately pausing before you respond is one of the most powerful communication tools available. It costs nothing, requires no special skill, and immediately elevates the quality of your contributions. People who pause before speaking are perceived as wiser, more thoughtful, more in control. And the beautiful thing is that the perception is usually accurate. That pause actually does make your thinking better and your words more valuable. Humor before logic. When you need to communicate something serious, especially something the other person might resist or disagree with, leading with humor disarms them. A well-placed joke or light moment creates an opening that facts alone can't achieve. This works because humor lowers psychological defenses. When someone laughs even slightly, their guard drops. They're no longer braced for attack or prepared to argue. They're in a more open, playful state where they're more receptive to what comes next. This is why great communicators in difficult situations, whether they're leaders addressing mistakes, teachers handling discipline, or partners navigating conflict, often start with something light. A self-deprecating joke, a funny observation, a shared laugh about the situation. That moment of levity creates connection and softens the ground for harder truths. In parenting, humor diffuses tension before discipline. A dad who can make his kid laugh before delivering a serious talk about behavior will be heard more clearly than one who leads with stern seriousness. In professional settings, starting a difficult feedback conversation with a light moment helps the recipient stay open rather than defensive. In relationships, being able to laugh together even in the midst of disagreement prevents conflicts from hardening into something more damaging. The key is that the humor has to be appropriate and genuine, not dismissive. You're not making light of what matters. You're using humor to create the emotional conditions where what matters can actually be discussed productively. If the humor feels like you're avoiding the real issue or belittling the other person's concerns, it backfires. But when it's used to build connection and reduce tension, it's incredibly effective. After the laugh, after the guard has dropped, that's when you introduce the logic, the facts, the difficult truth. And because you've created an atmosphere of connection rather than conflict, those harder elements land better. The person is more likely to really hear you, to consider what you're saying, to work with you rather than against you. Humor isn't a distraction from serious communication. Used skillfully, it's what makes serious communication possible. It's the spoonful of sugar that helps the medicine go down, the social lubricant that lets difficult truths move smoothly instead of getting stuck in resistance and defensiveness. Call it we. The language you use shapes how people perceive situations and their role in them. When something goes wrong or when you need to address a problem, the difference between saying you and we is enormous. You language, you forgot to lock the door or you made a mistake, immediately creates separation and assigns blame. It puts the other person in a defensive position where their instinct is to protect themselves rather than solve the problem. We language, we forgot to lock the door, or we need to figure out what went wrong, creates partnership. Even if realistically one person is more responsible than the other, framing it as we spreads the ownership and removes the sting of isolated blame. This isn't about avoiding accountability. It's about creating the conditions where accountability can happen productively. When people feel attacked, they defend and deflect. When they feel supported, they're more likely to acknowledge mistakes and work on solutions. In team settings, leaders who consistently use we language build stronger cohesion and trust. Problems become shared challenges rather than individual failures. In relationships, we language prevents conflicts from becoming you versus me battles. We're struggling with this pattern, or we need to communicate better keeps both people engaged in solving the problem rather than fighting about who's at fault. In parenting, we language helps children feel less ashamed about mistakes, which makes them more willing to learn from them. We made a mess, let's clean it up together, is more effective than you made a mess, clean it up. The psychological shift is subtle but powerful. We signals that you're on the same team, facing the situation together. You signals opposition, judgment, separation. And once people feel separated and judged, productive conversation becomes almost impossible. This doesn't mean you never use you language. When giving positive feedback, you language is perfect. You did an excellent job on that project. You really thought that through well. For positive attribution, you makes it personal and direct. For problems or challenges, we makes it collaborative and solvable. Mastering this distinction, using we for problems and you for praise, creates a communication style that brings people together rather than pushing them apart. And over time, that consistent linguistic choice builds trust and cooperation that makes every interaction smoother and more productive. Break the script. Most social interactions follow predictable scripts. How are you? Good? You? This automatic exchange is comfortable but creates no real connection. When you break the script, when you respond in a way that's unexpected but genuine, you create a moment of actual engagement. Instead of good when someone asks how you are, you might say, honestly, a little overwhelmed, but hanging in there. Or better, now that I'm away from my desk. The slight departure from script surprises the other person in a good way. They weren't expecting a real answer, and getting one shifts the interaction from automatic to authentic. This works in professional networking, in dating, in casual social encounters, anywhere that falls into scripted routine. The person who breaks the script gently, not dramatically, just enough to be real instead of automatic, stands out. They're memorable where others fade into the background noise of polite convention. In meetings, instead of agreeing automatically with what's been said, you might pause and say, "I want to push back on that a little." It opens real conversation where script would have created false consensus. In interviews, instead of the standard prepared answers everyone gives, answering one question with surprising honesty or asking an unexpected question yourself makes you memorable. The key is that script breaking has to be sincere, not performative. You're not trying to be weird or attention-seeking. You're just refusing to sleepwalk through interactions that could be genuine. Most people appreciate it. They're tired of scripts too. They just don't feel like they have permission to break them. When you break them first, you give everyone permission to be more real. The interactions become actual human connection instead of social choreography. Over time, being someone who consistently brings authenticity to scripted situations makes you someone others seek out. You're the person they can have real conversations with, the one who makes even mundane exchanges feel worthwhile. In a world drowning in superficial routine, being genuinely present and willing to speak off script is a superpower that costs nothing but pays constant dividends in deeper relationships and more meaningful interactions. Act like belongs. Confidence isn't always about feeling confident internally. Sometimes it's about acting as if you already belong in the space you're entering, even when you're not sure you do. When you walk into a room as if you're meant to be there, with relaxed posture and calm presence, others perceive you as belonging, and that perception becomes reality faster than you might expect. This works because belonging is largely social agreement. If everyone agrees you belong, you do. And if you act like you belong, people are predisposed to agree unless given strong reason not to. In networking events, instead of hovering anxiously at the edges hoping someone will include you, walk in as if you're already part of the community. Find a group, join the conversation naturally, contribute as if you have every right to be there because you do. In new job settings, instead of apologizing for being new or deferring to everyone else's judgment, engage as a peer from day one. Ask questions from a position of curious, equals, rather than subordinate neediness. In social situations where you don't know many people, move through the space with ease, make eye contact, smile, initiate conversations. The energy you bring shapes how others receive you more than any objective measure of whether you should be there. The psychological principle is that humans take social cues from confidence. When someone acts like they belong, we assume there's a reason for that confidence, and we treat them accordingly. When someone acts uncertain or apologetic about their presence, we pick up on that uncertainty and become uncertain about them too. This isn't about arrogance or pretending to be something you're not. It's about not diminishing yourself unnecessarily. You have as much right to exist in most spaces as anyone else there. Acting like it just acknowledges that truth instead of undermining it with false deference. Over time, acting like you belong becomes feeling like you belong because the positive responses you get from others reinforce your sense of legitimate presence. You create a virtuous cycle where your confident behavior generates welcoming responses, which reinforces your confidence, which generates even better responses. And it all starts with the simple decision to walk into spaces as if you already belong there, because in most cases, you already do. Ask what thinking. In moments when someone goes quiet or seems checked out of a conversation, the typical response is to either push harder with your own points or to give up and let the silence stand. There's a third option that's often more effective than either. Ask simply, "What are you thinking right now?" This question is disarming in its directness. You're not asking them to agree with you, not asking them to explain themselves, just inviting them to share what's actually happening in their head. Often they're stuck on something, uncertain about something, or have a concern they haven't voiced yet. Giving them explicit permission to share their actual thoughts, not the thoughts they think you want to hear, often unlocks the conversation. In brainstorming sessions, when someone goes quiet, asking what they're thinking can surface great ideas they were holding back. In conflicts, Asking what they're thinking can reveal the real issue beneath the surface argument. In therapy, it's one of the most powerful questions for getting beneath rehearsed stories to authentic experience. In relationships, it prevents mind reading and assumptions by creating space for actual transparency. The question works because it's impossible to answer with a simple yes or no. It requires the person to actually reflect and articulate. And because you're asking about their thoughts rather than their feelings, it feels less invasive, less therapy speak, more like genuine curiosity about their perspective. Some people will respond with, "I don't know," and that's fine. You can gently follow with, "If you did know, what might you be thinking?" Often that unlocks something because the "I don't know" is really, "I'm not sure I want to say," or "I haven't organized it into words yet." Giving them space and encouragement usually helps them get there. What you're doing with this question is refusing to accept surface-level interaction when something deeper is clearly happening. You're showing that you're interested in their actual internal experience, not just their compliance or agreement. That level of attention and care is rare enough that when people receive it, they usually respond by opening up in ways they wouldn't otherwise. And those moments of real transparency are often where the most important parts of any conversation happen. The parts where actual understanding becomes possible and where real connection or progress can be made. Borrow small thing, trust and connection don't always require deep conversation or shared experiences. Sometimes they start with something as simple as borrowing a pen. When you ask someone for a small favor, something easy for them to say yes to, you create a microbond. They've helped you, which makes them feel good, and it makes them more inclined to like you because we tend to like people we've helped. This is counterintuitive. You'd think asking for favors would make people resent you, but research consistently shows the opposite. When someone does you a small kindness, they rationalize it by deciding you must be worth helping. That rationalization creates positive feelings toward you. This is why networking experts often suggest asking for small help rather than trying to offer it when building new professional relationships. In social situations, borrowing something, asking someone to save your seat, requesting a recommendation, these small asks create connection without being burdensome. The person feels useful rather than imposed upon because what you're asking is genuinely small and easy. In professional contexts, asking a colleague for input on something, even if you don't strictly need it, can build rapport better than trying to impress them with your independence. In new settings, asking someone to help you find something or explain how something works is a classic way to initiate interaction that feels natural rather than forced. The key is that the request has to be genuinely small and the gratitude has to be genuine. If you're asking for major favors or you're not appreciative, the dynamic flips and you become a burden. But when you ask for something minor and you're genuinely thankful, you create a positive interaction that opens the door to further connection. Don't be afraid to be the one who asks for small help. It doesn't make you look weak or needy. It makes you human and approachable, and it gives others the good feeling that comes from being helpful. Those small moments of asking and receiving build social bonds more effectively than trying to seem completely self-sufficient. Being willing to need people a little bit, in manageable ways, makes them feel valued and makes them like you. That's not manipulation. That's just how human social bonds work, through small exchanges of help and gratitude that gradually build into trust and connection. Thank the thought. When someone does something for you, the automatic response is to thank them for the action. Thanks for sending that. Thanks for covering that meeting. This is fine, but there's a level deeper that creates more meaningful appreciation. Thank them for the thought behind the action rather than just the action itself. I appreciate you thinking of me. Thank you for considering that. I value that you took the time to think through what would help. This shift in focus acknowledges their intentionality and care, not just their compliance or duty. It makes the appreciation more personal and more memorable. This works because most people do things for others out of thoughtfulness, but rarely does anyone acknowledge that directly. When you thank the thought, you're validating something deeper than the surface action. You're recognizing their consideration, their effort to understand what you needed, their choice to prioritize you. That recognition feels different than generic thanks. It feels seen and valued at a more fundamental level. In professional settings, thanking someone for their thoughtful approach to something builds stronger working relationships than thanking them for just getting it done. In parenting, acknowledging when your child thought about someone else's needs or feelings reinforces the development of empathy more than just thanking them for being helpful. In romantic relationships, thanking your partner for thinking about how to make your day better rather than just thanking them for the specific thing they did deepens appreciation and connection. The beauty of this approach is that it works even when the action didn't go perfectly. Someone tried to help and it didn't quite work out. You can still thank them for the thought and intention behind the attempt. That keeps goodwill alive and encourages future thoughtfulness even when outcomes aren't perfect. People want to feel like their internal life, their thoughts and intentions and considerations matters. When you acknowledge the thought behind actions, you show people that you see them as full human beings with agency and care, not just as doers of tasks. That level of recognition creates loyalty and affection that surface-level thanks can never achieve. Make it a habit to look for the thought behind actions and call it out appreciatively. The relationships this builds will be deeper and more resilient than ones based only on transactional exchange. Understand, not answer. When someone brings you a problem or shares something difficult, the impulse is to solve it, to offer solutions, advice, perspective that helps them see their way through. Sometimes that's what's needed. But more often than people realize, what's actually needed is just understanding. When someone says, "Can you help me understand?" or asks you to explain how you see something, they're often not looking for you to fix anything. They're looking to be met where they are, to have their confusion or concern taken seriously, to feel less alone in their uncertainty. This is especially true in emotional contexts. When someone's upset about something, launching into problem-solving mode often backfires because it feels dismissive. "I hear you, and here's how to fix it," translates emotionally to, "Your feelings aren't that important, let's just solve this." What lands better is, "I hear you, that sounds really hard. Tell me more about what that's been like." That response prioritizes understanding over fixing, and paradoxically, it's often more helpful. In professional settings, when someone brings you a concern, asking clarifying questions to fully understand before jumping to solutions shows respect for the complexity of what they're dealing with. In parenting, when kids come to you with problems, resisting the urge to immediately fix and instead seeking to fully understand first teaches them that their experience matters and helps them develop their own problem-solving skills. In friendships, being the person who seeks to understand rather than immediately advise makes you someone others trust with their real struggles. The distinction is subtle but critical. Seeking to understand is about curiosity and presence. Seeking to answer is about efficiency and closure. Both have their place, but our default is almost always the latter, when often the former is what's needed. Before you offer any solution or advice, make sure you fully understood. Ask questions. Reflect back what you're hearing. Sit with the complexity. Let the person feel truly heard before you try to help them move forward. That understanding creates the foundation on which any useful advice can actually be received and applied. Without it, your brilliant solutions will bounce off because the person doesn't feel like you've actually grasped their situation. With it, even simple suggestions can be transformative because they're built on real comprehension of what's needed. Understanding isn't just the first step toward helping. Sometimes it's the entire help that was needed all along. Plant secret first. Vulnerability is how trust begins, but most people wait for the other person to be vulnerable first before they risk it themselves. This creates standoffs where both people stay guarded, waiting for a sign that it's safe to open up. When you share something personal first, even something small, you break that standoff. You demonstrate that vulnerability is safe here, which gives the other person permission to match your openness. The secret or personal detail doesn't have to be dramatic. It can be a small confession about feeling nervous, an honest admission about something you struggle with, a genuine sharing of something you usually keep private. The point isn't shock value, it's authenticity. When you go first with something real, You create a standard of honesty that the conversation can meet. In networking situations, everyone's in performance mode trying to seem impressive. The person who admits some small human struggle or failure stands out as real and instantly becomes more approachable and memorable. In new relationships, romantic or friendship, the person who shares something genuine first creates the intimacy that lets the relationship deepen faster. In therapy, counselors sometimes share relevant personal experiences to normalize the client's struggles and build connection. In team building, leaders who share honest uncertainties or mistakes build trust faster than those who maintain a facade of having it all together. The vulnerability has to be appropriate to the context and relationship. You're not trauma dumping on strangers or sharing things that would make others uncomfortable. You're selectively sharing something genuine that invites reciprocal authenticity, and you're doing it first, without waiting to see if they'll make the first move. That initiative is what breaks the ice and creates the possibility for real connection. People almost always meet vulnerability with vulnerability when they feel safe doing so. By going first, you create that safety. You show that honest sharing won't be judged or weaponized. And once that safety is established, conversations can go to places they never would have reached if both people stayed in their protective shells waiting for the other to take the risk first. Being willing to go first with vulnerability, to plant your own secret before asking for theirs, is one of the fastest ways to build real relationships in a world full of superficial interactions. Let them say, autonomy is one of the deepest human needs. When people feel controlled or pressured, they resist, even when they might otherwise agree. The solution is to explicitly give them permission to decline, to make the no option clear and easy before asking for anything. Would you be open to helping with this? Or would that be terrible timing? I'd love your input on this, but tell me if this isn't a good time. This framing makes agreement feel like a choice rather than an obligation. And paradoxically, people are more likely to say yes when they feel genuinely free to say no. This works because preserving autonomy is so important to people that they'll often resist purely on principle when they feel cornered. But when you demonstrate that you respect their autonomy by making the out explicit, they can agree without feeling like they've given up control. They're choosing to help, not being forced, and that difference is everything. In sales, the soft close that includes permission to decline works better with certain customers than hard pressure. In parenting, giving kids real choices, even if both options work for you, creates cooperation where commands create resistance. In professional requests, framing asks as optional rather than assumed shows respect that makes people more willing to step up. In relationships, checking whether your partner is up for something rather than assuming they are prevents resentment and maintains goodwill. The key is that the offer to decline has to be genuine. If you're going to be passive-aggressive or resentful when someone actually says no, this technique backfires. You have to truly mean it when you say it's okay to decline. That authentic respect for their choice is what makes the technique work. People can smell fake permission from a mile away. But when the freedom is real, they almost always respond positively. They appreciate the respect, they feel safe in the relationship, and they're more likely to say yes because saying yes feels good when it's genuinely voluntary. Pressure might occasionally get compliance, but it never builds willing cooperation. Giving people the clear option to say no and meaning it when you offer that option, that's what builds relationships where people want to help you. Where their yes is enthusiastic rather than grudging because they know they actually had a choice. Already know this. When you need to offer feedback or share information that might make someone feel corrected or talked down to, framing it with "you probably already know," this softens the delivery dramatically. It preserves their dignity while still getting the information across. You probably already know this, but that section could flow a bit smoother. You probably already know this, but the client prefers briefer updates. This framing acknowledges that they might already be aware, which protects their ego even if they weren't. And if they were aware, it confirms you're on the same page rather than assuming they missed something obvious. This works across contexts. In teaching, in managing, in parenting, in friendships, Anytime you need to share something that could feel like correction or instruction, softening it with the acknowledgement that they might already know prevents defensiveness. People don't like feeling ignorant or incompetent. When you give them credit for potentially already knowing, you remove that threat. They can receive the information without their ego being engaged in defending against the implication that they didn't know. The phrase also creates collaborative framing. It's not you teaching them from above. It's you checking alignment, making sure you're both working with the same information. That peer-to-peer dynamic is much more comfortable than a hierarchical one. In professional feedback especially, this phrasing can make the difference between someone actually hearing your input and them shutting down defensively. Managers who master this softening technique get better results because their team members can actually absorb the feedback rather than spending all their energy defending against it. The beauty is that it's a simple prepend to whatever you were going to say anyway. You don't have to change your core message. You just wrap it in acknowledgement of their intelligence and awareness, and that wrapper makes the message landable. It shows respect while still being clear, and that combination is often exactly what's needed for communication to be both honest and well received. People appreciate being treated as capable and intelligent even when they're being given information they might not have had. That appreciation makes them more receptive to learning and improving rather than defensive and resistant. Teach me something. Everyone has knowledge and skills others don't. When you ask someone to teach you something, even something small, you accomplish several things at once. You show that you value their expertise. You give them a chance to feel competent and helpful. And you create an implicit partnership where knowledge flows and both people contribute value. This works powerfully in new relationships, professional or personal, where you're still establishing dynamics. Instead of trying to impress the other person with what you know, asking them to explain or show you something they're good at flips the script in a disarming way. You're not competing, you're learning. And that openness makes you someone they enjoy being around because you make them feel valuable. In workplace settings, asking a colleague to show you how they do something, even if you could probably figure it out yourself, builds rapport and often surfaces useful techniques you wouldn't have discovered alone. In parenting, asking kids to teach you about something they're interested in or good at builds their confidence and opens communication. In dating, genuine curiosity about the other person's skills or knowledge creates better conversation than trying to showcase your own accomplishments. The request has to be genuine. Don't ask someone to teach you something you're obviously expert in yourself. That comes across as patronizing. Ask about things they actually know better than you or differently than you. Be genuinely curious and appreciative of what they share. That authentic interest is what creates the positive dynamic. When people teach you something and you actually learn from it or appreciate their knowledge, they feel valued in a way that compliments alone can't achieve. Compliments can feel hollow or obligatory. Teaching creates actual exchange of value that builds real connection and respect. This also works as a power leveling technique when you're in a higher status position. Leaders or parents or anyone with formal authority who can genuinely ask to be taught something by those below them in hierarchy create bonds that transcend role. You're acknowledging that value and knowledge exist independent of position, which makes you human and approachable rather than distant and untouchable. Being willing to be taught, to not always be the expert, to let others contribute their knowledge, makes you someone others want to help and support. That willingness creates collaborations and relationships that rigid self-sufficiency never could. Help when nervous. Anxiety is inherently self-focused. When you're nervous, your attention tunnels inward, hyper-aware of your racing heart, your sweating palms, your worried thoughts. This internal focus actually intensifies the anxiety because you're stuck in a loop of monitoring your own distress. One of the fastest ways to break that loop is to shift focus outward by helping someone else. Look around for someone who needs something small. Hold a door. Pick up something someone dropped. Ask if someone needs help with something. That outward focus and the act of being useful to another person interrupts the anxiety spiral immediately. You're no longer just a bundle of nerves. You're a person taking action, being helpful, contributing value. This works because helping others triggers positive emotions and gives your anxious energy a productive outlet. Your nervous system calms down when it has a job that isn't just monitoring threat. In social anxiety situations, instead of hovering on the edges worrying about how you're being perceived, look for ways to be helpful. Offer to get someone a drink, help with setup, introduce people who don't know each other. The helpfulness gives you a role and a purpose that makes the situation manageable. In performance anxiety contexts, focusing on how your work helps others rather than how you're being judged shifts the frame in a way that reduces pressure. Before interviews or presentations, if you can, help someone else with something. It shifts your mental state from self-focused anxiety to other-focused contribution, which is a much calmer place to operate from. This isn't about suppressing your feelings or pretending you're not nervous. It's about giving yourself something productive to do with the nervous energy rather than letting it consume you. The anxiety doesn't necessarily disappear, but it becomes background rather than foreground. You're functioning despite it, which is often all you need. And the more you practice this pattern, helping others when you feel anxious, the more automatic it becomes. Your brain starts to learn that nervousness doesn't mean shutdown. It means find someone to help. That reframing of what nervousness means and what you do with it can transform your relationship with anxiety over time, from something that paralyzes to something that motivates useful action. The nervous energy doesn't go away, but it stops being an enemy and starts being fuel. Imagine a frame. When you want someone to consider a possibility they're resistant to, direct arguing rarely works. It triggers their defenses and makes them dig in harder on their current position. A softer approach is to invite them to imagine the scenario without committing to it. Imagine if you actually took that position. What would your first week look like? Imagine if the project succeeded beyond expectations. What would that change? The imagine if frame lets them explore the possibility safely without feeling like they're being pressured to agree. It's hypothetical enough that their defenses stay down, but concrete enough that they're actually engaging with the scenario. Once they're imagining it, you're halfway to them considering it seriously. This technique is used constantly in coaching and therapy to help people envision change without the overwhelming commitment of deciding to change. In sales, it helps prospects see themselves using the product without feeling pressured to buy. In negotiation, it lets both sides explore options without anyone losing face by officially proposing something that might get rejected. In parenting, it helps kids think through consequences or possibilities in a way that feels like exploration rather than lecture. The key is that you're not asking them to decide, you're just asking them to imagine. That distinction removes enormous pressure and creates space for genuine consideration. Most resistance to new ideas isn't really about the ideas themselves. It's about feeling pressured to accept them before we're ready. The imagine if frame removes that pressure while still moving, thinking forward. People can play with possibilities in their mind without committing, and often that play is exactly what's needed for them to eventually arrive at genuine acceptance or enthusiasm. You're not manipulating them into anything, you're just helping them explore safely. And that safe exploration is often the path to change that direct pressure could never achieve. The imagination is a powerful tool for overcoming resistance because it lets us try things out mentally without risk. Harness that by explicitly inviting imaginative exploration rather than demanding concrete commitment, and you'll find people much more willing to consider possibilities they'd reject if you approach them head-on. Sorry, first conflict. Pride is what keeps conflicts going long after they should have ended. Both people waiting for the other to admit fault first, neither willing to back down. The person who apologizes first isn't weaker. They're actually stronger because they're able to prioritize resolution over ego. When you say, "I'm sorry for my part in how that went," even if you think the other person bears more responsibility, you break the stalemate. You create an opening for them to reciprocate, and usually they will because you've made it safe. Your apology isn't ammunition they can use against you, it's an olive branch they can accept. In professional conflicts, leaders who apologize first for their contribution to misunderstandings or mistakes model the kind of accountability they want to see in their teams. In romantic relationships, being willing to apologize first when you're both wrong but stuck prevents small disagreements from hardening into lasting damage. In family conflicts, the person who's secure enough to say sorry first often becomes the person everyone else follows toward reconciliation. The apology doesn't have to claim total fault. I shouldn't have raised my voice. I could have listened better. I let my frustration get the better of me. These acknowledge your part without accepting responsibility for everything. That balanced admission is what makes the apology credible and what usually prompts the other person to acknowledge their part too. Fake apologies that blame the other person while using sorry words make things worse. "I'm sorry you got upset" is not an apology. It's an accusation dressed up in apologetic language. Real apologies name something you actually did wrong and express genuine regret for it. That authenticity is what has power to change dynamics. Most conflicts aren't about one person being completely right and the other completely wrong. They're about both people contributing to a bad situation in different ways. When you can acknowledge your contribution first, without waiting for the other person to go first, you demonstrate maturity and care for the relationship that's more important than being right. That demonstration usually inspires matching maturity from the other person, or if it doesn't, you've at least done your part to try to resolve things, which means you can move forward without regret about not trying. Apologizing first isn't weakness, it's leadership. It's choosing relationship over pride. And in the long run, that choice builds stronger connections than any amount of stubborn rightness ever could. Opinion, not answer. When you want someone's input, how you ask shapes what you get. If you ask for the right answer, you put pressure on them to be correct, to have expertise, to not look stupid if they're wrong. That pressure often makes people cautious and reluctant to share. But if you ask for their opinion, you remove that pressure. Opinions can't be wrong. They're personal perspectives. This framing makes people much more willing to share their thinking openly. "What's your opinion on this approach?" feels very different from "what's the answer here?" The first invites exploration and perspective. The second demands certainty and correctness. In professional settings, asking for opinions rather than answers leads to better brainstorming and problem solving because people share more freely without fear of being wrong. In personal situations, asking someone's opinion on a decision you're facing shows respect for their perspective without burdening them with the weight of giving you the right answer. In conflicts, asking someone's opinion on how to resolve the situation creates collaboration rather than opposition. The psychological shift is that opinions are offered, answers are demanded. When people feel they're offering something voluntary rather than fulfilling a demand, they engage more willingly and authentically. Their actual thinking comes out instead of whatever safe, conventional response they think they should give. In parent-child relationships, asking kids their opinion on family decisions, even when you're not bound to follow their input, builds their critical thinking and makes them feel valued. In teaching, asking students their opinion on interpretations or solutions rather than just asking for the correct answer develops deeper engagement and learning. In therapy, everything is framed as the client's perspective and opinion rather than as facts to be corrected, which creates the safety necessary for exploration and change. The beauty of this shift is that you often get better answers by asking for opinions than by asking for answers. People think more freely and creatively when they feel they're just sharing perspective rather than being tested on correctness. That freedom produces insights that the pressure of needing to be right would shut down. And even when their opinions aren't immediately useful, the fact that you asked and listened creates relationship strength that pays dividends long term. Make it a habit to ask for opinions more and answers less. You'll get more authentic input, build better relationships, and ultimately arrive at better solutions because you've invited actual thinking instead of demanding performance. Even if doubt stops people from moving forward. What if it doesn't work? What if I fail? What if they don't like it? These fears are real, and addressing them by trying to eliminate the doubt rarely works. What works better is acknowledging the feared outcome and showing that you'll be okay even if it happens. Even if it doesn't work perfectly, we'll learn something valuable. Even if they reject it, you'll have practice presenting your ideas. Even if you fail, you'll be better prepared for the next attempt. This framing doesn't deny the possibility of negative outcomes. It just shrinks their power by acknowledging that life continues beyond them. The feared outcome isn't the end of the world. It's a point along the journey. This technique is especially powerful when someone is stuck between wanting to try something and being too afraid to risk it. Your even if statement gives them permission to move forward while acknowledging their fear. You're not telling them the bad thing won't happen. You're showing them they can handle it if it does. In coaching contexts, this helps clients take action despite fear. In parenting, it helps kids try new things without being paralyzed by the possibility of failure. In sales, even if objections address concerns while keeping the conversation moving forward. In therapy, it builds resilience by helping people recognize they can survive the outcomes they're afraid of. The key is being genuine about the even-if scenario. Don't minimize legitimate concerns or pretend serious consequences don't matter. Acknowledge what's real about the fear, then help the person see beyond it. Yes, you might be uncomfortable, and even if you are, you'll get through it and probably grow from the experience. That acknowledgement plus perspective is what creates movement where pure reassurance often fails. People don't need you to eliminate their doubts. They need you to show them that their doubts don't have to eliminate their possibilities. The even if frame does exactly that. It makes room for fear without letting fear make all the decisions. And in a world where most people are held back more by fear than by actual inability, helping people move forward despite legitimate doubts is one of the most valuable things you can do for them. Famous treat normal. When you encounter someone with high status, celebrity, expertise, authority, the instinct is often to treat them differently. To defer, to be overly impressed, to make it clear you know who they are. This almost always backfires. People who are used to special treatment are often exhausted by it. What they crave is normalcy, being treated like a person rather than a position. When you treat someone famous or important as if they're just another person, which they are, you stand out dramatically from everyone else they interact with. You become memorable not because you tried to impress them, but because you didn't. In professional networking, this means not fawning over senior leaders or well-known figures. Engage with them as peers, ask them genuine questions, have actual conversations rather than performing your awareness of their importance. They interact with fans and sycophants constantly. Someone who talks to them like a human is refreshing. In social situations, if you encounter someone notable, the move that builds actual connection is to not make a big deal of it. Acknowledge them naturally without gushing. Engage if appropriate without treating them like they're on display. This doesn't mean being rude or dismissive. It means being normal. Making eye contact like you would with anyone. Having conversation that's about something real rather than about how impressive they are. Asking questions out of genuine interest rather than to collect stories about meeting someone important. The paradox is that by not treating them specially, you often end up having more meaningful interaction with them than people who try hard to impress. They relax around you because you're not performing or demanding performance from them. You're just being a person talking to another person. That simplicity is a gift that most people in high-status positions rarely receive. This principle extends beyond celebrity or fame to any power differential. When you're interacting with someone who has more authority, expertise, or status than you, matching their level without being intimidated or overly deferential creates better relationships than fawning does. Respect is fine. Deference to role is appropriate in some contexts, but treating the person as a peer in terms of human worth and conversational engagement works better than putting them on a pedestal. Most people in positions of authority or achievement got there by being capable, and capable people generally prefer to interact with others who see them as humans rather than as icons. Be that person who offers normalcy in a world that's often treating them as special, and you'll build connections that fawning and flattery never could. Interest, not person. When trying to connect with someone new, the instinct is often to try to find mutual friends or shared social connections. Who do you know from wherever? This sometimes works, but it can also feel like social calculation, like you're trying to place them in your network. A more genuine approach is to build connection through shared interests rather than shared people. Comment on something they're carrying, reading, wearing that signals an interest. Mention a topic you're both in the room because of. Find the interest-based common ground rather than the social network overlap. This works because shared interests create inherent things to talk about and explore together. Shared people create obligations to perform certain social scripts. When you connect over ideas, hobbies, work, passions, the conversation can go somewhere genuine. When you connect only over who you both know, the conversation often stays surface level, caught in the social mapping of mutual acquaintances. In professional networking, bonding over industry challenges or interesting projects creates more lasting connection than bonding over who you both worked with 5 years ago. In social settings, genuine enthusiasm about something you both care about generates better conversation than running through lists of names trying to find overlap. In dating, discovering you both love the same obscure thing creates spark that knowing the same people never quite does. The mutual interest approach also works better because it gives you something to return to. If you bonded over shared people, once you've exhausted that topic, there's often nowhere to go. If you bonded over shared interests, there's endless terrain to explore. You can recommend things, ask questions, share perspectives. The conversation has natural fuel. This doesn't mean you should never mention mutual connections. Sometimes that's genuinely the best entry point. But default to interest-based connection when possible. It's more honest, more engaging, and more likely to lead to relationships that are about genuine compatibility rather than just social network overlap. When you meet through ideas and interests rather than through name-dropping, the foundation is stronger because it's about who you both actually are, rather than about who you both happen to know. Laugh before joke. Humor is risky. What if no one laughs? What if it falls flat? What if they take it the wrong way? These fears make people either avoid humor altogether or deliver jokes stiffly, which makes them less funny. A simple technique that makes humor land better is to laugh slightly before or during your joke, not in a forced way, but in a genuine way that signals your own amusement. When you're already smiling or slightly laughing as you set up your joke, it cues the listener that something light is coming. It gives them permission to find it funny because you're already indicating that you find it amusing. This shared laughter, yours starting before theirs, creates a warmer dynamic than delivering a line completely straight and waiting to see if they'll laugh. In tense situations, using humor to diffuse tension works better when you're clearly amused yourself. Your slight laugh signals this is meant lightly, which helps the other person receive it as light rather than as sarcasm or attack. In social settings, being the person who's genuinely amused by your own stories and observations makes others more likely to join in because laughter is contagious. In presentations or speeches, speakers who smile at their own humor seem more genuine and relatable than those who deliver jokes deadpan, waiting for reaction. The key is authenticity. You're not forcing fake laughter to manipulate response. You're allowing your genuine amusement to show, which invites others into that amusement with you. It's collaborative humor rather than performative humor. You're not a comedian on stage demanding laughter. You're someone who finds something funny and is sharing that with others. That sharing dynamic is much warmer and more effective. This technique also gives you an out if the humor doesn't land. If you're already laughing lightly, the moment doesn't feel like failure if they don't laugh back. You found it amusing, you shared it, that's fine. If you deliver something stone-faced waiting for reaction, the silence, if they don't laugh, feels much more awkward. Your own amusement cushions the attempt and makes the whole thing lower stakes. Use humor more freely by allowing yourself to be amused first. That genuine enjoyment is infectious and creates the warmth that makes humor work as a social bonding tool rather than as a risky performance where you either succeed or fail based on others' reactions. When you're laughing with people, starting with your own genuine amusement, It almost always goes better than when you're essentially auditioning your humor for their approval. 1 second silence. Silence makes people uncomfortable. In conversations, when silence happens, the instinct is to fill it immediately. Someone stops speaking, and within a second or two, someone else jumps in. But that slight extension of silence, holding it for just 1 second longer than feels natural, creates powerful effects. It gives the speaker space to add more, something they might not have said if you jumped in immediately. It shows you're not rushing to respond, which makes your eventual response feel more considered, and it creates a subtle gravity that makes the conversation feel more substantial. In interviews, interviewers who let silence sit after a candidate finishes answering often get additional information the candidate didn't initially plan to share. The silence feels like space to fill, and they fill it, often with something more revealing than their rehearsed answer. In therapy, letting silence extend after a client stops speaking invites them to go deeper without the therapist having to prompt. In negotiations, comfortable silence after making a point lets the point land and creates pressure on the other side to respond without you having to push. In everyday conversation, especially in important ones, resisting the urge to fill every pause immediately makes the exchange feel more meaningful. Not every thought needs immediate response. Sometimes the silence between thoughts is where understanding happens, where what was just said gets absorbed, and where what comes next gets properly considered. The key is being comfortable in the silence yourself. If you're squirming and anxious to fill it, that discomfort transmits and makes everyone uncomfortable. But if you're genuinely comfortable letting moments of quiet exist, if you trust that silence is part of conversation, not a failure of it, then others generally become comfortable too. They follow your lead in treating silence as natural rather than as emergency to be remedied. Practice extending pauses just slightly in your conversations. After someone finishes a thought, count 1 full second before responding. It's longer than you think, but that single second creates space that improves almost every conversation it touches. People feel more heard because you clearly took time to absorb what they said. Your responses land better because they're not rushed, and the overall quality of the interaction increases because there's room for actual thought between the words rather than just a constant stream of talking. Words in reply. People want to feel understood, and the fastest way to demonstrate understanding is to use their exact words in your response. When someone describes feeling overwhelmed, use overwhelmed in your reply, not stressed or busy. When they say they felt dismissed, say dismissed, not ignored or overlooked. This precision shows you're tracking their specific experience, not translating it into your own vocabulary. It creates an immediate sense of being heard that paraphrasing, even good paraphrasing, can't quite match. This technique is foundational in therapy. Therapists reflect clients' language back to them constantly because it builds rapport and helps clients feel truly listened to. So you felt trapped in that moment. The word trapped came from the client, and using it validates that their specific word choice, which likely captured something precise about their experience, is being honored. In customer service, echoing customers' language back to them, you mentioned you felt misled about the warranty, helps them feel heard even before you solve their problem. In management, when giving feedback, using the employee's own words from earlier conversations shows you were paying attention and creates continuity. In relationships, reflecting your partner's language, you said you felt taken for granted, creates better understanding than substituting your interpretation of what they meant. The key is natural integration. You're not parroting everything they say robotically. You're catching the key phrases that carry emotional or conceptual weight and weaving them into your response in a way that shows you absorb them. This validates their experience and their way of describing it, which builds trust and openness. It also keeps conversations on track. When you use their language, you're staying with their frame of reference rather than subtly shifting to yours. That prevents the conversational drift where you end up talking about something slightly different than what they raised. Holding to their language holds to their meaning, which keeps the conversation more productive and satisfying for them. Make it a habit to listen for the specific words people use that seem to matter most to them and incorporate those exact words into your responses. That small act of linguistic precision creates disproportionate feelings of being understood and valued. And in a world where most people feel chronically misunderstood, being someone who demonstrates real understanding through careful attention to language is a superpower that deepens every relationship it touches. Never break contact. When someone is speaking to you, especially about something important or difficult, maintaining steady eye contact throughout shows a level of presence and attention that's rare and powerful. Most people break eye contact regularly, glancing away, looking at their phone, letting their gaze wander. Those breaks, even momentary ones, signal divided attention. They tell the speaker that you're not fully there, that part of you is elsewhere or monitoring other things. Maintaining eye contact, not in a staring or aggressive way, but in a steady, attentive way, communicates the opposite. You're fully here, fully focused on them, nothing else is pulling your attention away. That level of presence makes people feel deeply heard and valued. In therapy, consistent eye contact is part of how therapists create the safety and attention that allows difficult material to emerge. In important conversations with friends or partners, not looking away when they're sharing something vulnerable shows that you can handle what they're saying, that it's not too much, that you're strong enough to stay present with their experience. In professional contexts, maintaining eye contact while someone is explaining something complex shows respect and helps you actually absorb what they're saying better. The challenge is that consistent eye contact can feel intense, both for you and for them. The trick is to keep your expression soft and warm. You're not staring them down, you're just staying with them. Your face should communicate openness and care, not challenge. When the eye contact is combined with appropriate warmth, it stops feeling like intensity and starts feeling like connection. This doesn't mean you can never blink or that your eyes can never shift slightly. It means not letting your gaze leave them to check your surroundings, your phone, the clock. It means treating the moment with them as the only thing that exists for those minutes. That singular attention is increasingly rare in a world of constant distraction, which makes it increasingly valuable. People remember the conversations where they felt truly seen and heard, and consistent eye contact is one of the main ways that feeling gets created. Practice this in important conversations. When someone is sharing something that matters, give them the gift of your unwavering attention, communicated primarily through steady eye contact. Watch how it changes the depth and quality of what they share and how they feel about the interaction afterward. That simple choice to stay visually present completely transforms conversational dynamics. Their expression describe. When you're concerned about someone but not sure exactly what's wrong, describing what you observe about their demeanor rather than labeling their emotion usually works better. Instead of saying you seem upset, which is an interpretation, say, I notice you've been quiet since that call, or your shoulders have been tense all morning. These are observations, not diagnoses. They show you're paying attention without presuming you know what's happening internally. This approach works because it's less invasive. When you tell someone what they're feeling, even if you're right, it can feel like an intrusion or assumption. When you describe what you're seeing, you're just reflecting observable reality and leaving room for them to interpret and explain if they choose. That respect for their autonomy in naming their own experience usually makes them more willing to open up. In parenting, describing behavior rather than ascribing emotion helps kids develop their own emotional awareness. I notice you threw your backpack instead of you're angry, gives them space to identify and articulate what they're feeling. In professional settings, describing observations about a colleague's behavior shows care without overstepping. In relationships, noting changes in behavior without jumping to conclusions about cause prevents the defensiveness that comes from feeling analyzed. The observation also shows that you're present and attentive enough to notice subtle changes. That attentiveness itself often matters more than anything you do about it. People want to be seen, and describing specific things you've noticed proves you're seeing them, not just glancing past them absorbed in your own world. Once you've described what you observe, you can follow with an invitation, want to talk about it, or just leave space. Sometimes the observation alone is enough. The person feels seen and may choose to share more. Or they may not, and that's okay too. Your job was to notice and to care enough to mention that you noticed. What they do with that is up to them. Make this a habit in your close relationships. When someone seems off, describe what you're observing rather than what you think they're feeling. That small shift in approach creates openness instead of defensiveness and shows care without being intrusive. It's the difference between I see you and I know what's wrong with you, and that difference determines whether people open up or shut down. Ask, made say. When someone makes a statement that seems to come out of nowhere or carries unexpected emotional weight, asking what made you say that opens the door to understanding what's really going on. The question is curious rather than confrontational. It invites explanation without judgment, and it often reveals that the statement wasn't really about what it seemed to be about. Someone might say something critical about work, and asking what made you say that uncovers that they're actually stressed about something else entirely and it's coming out sideways. Or they might make a seemingly random comment, and the question reveals it's connected to something meaningful happening in their life that you didn't know about. This question is powerful in conflict because it shifts focus from the content of what was said to the context of why it was said. Instead of defending against or arguing with the statement itself, you're exploring where it came from. That exploration often diffuses tension because the real issue surfaces and can be addressed instead of everyone fighting about the surface-level comment. In relationships, when your partner says something that feels off or harsh, this question said gently prevents escalation. You're not attacking them for what they said. You're trying to understand the source, which shows you care about their experience, not just about winning an argument. In professional contexts, when someone makes a comment that seems to undermine a project or decision, asking what led them to that perspective often uncovers valid concerns that need to be addressed rather than dismissed. The key is tone. The question has to be genuinely curious, not passive-aggressive or accusatory. You're not saying, "How dare you say that?" You're saying, "I want to understand where that's coming from." That authentic curiosity usually gets authentic answers. People explain their thinking, which often leads to much more productive conversation than reacting to surface statements ever could. This question also gives people a chance to reflect on what they just said. Sometimes they don't fully know what made them say it until you ask. The question prompts self-examination that can lead to useful insights for both of you about what's really going on beneath the apparent conversation. Use this when conversations take unexpected turns or when something someone says doesn't quite fit. Instead of reacting to the words, inquire about the source. That inquiry transforms surface-level exchanges into meaningful conversations that actually address what matters. Energy then lead. When someone is in a heightened emotional state, whether anger, excitement, anxiety, trying to bring them immediately to a calm, logical place rarely works. They experience it as dismissiveness or as you being out of sync with where they are. A better approach is to match their energy first, then gradually lead it to where you want it to go. If someone is upset and speaking intensely, respond with matching intensity at first. That sounds incredibly frustrating. Not fake matching, but genuine engagement with their energy level. Once they feel met where they are, you can gradually moderate your own energy downward, and they'll often follow. If someone is excited, match their excitement first before trying to discuss logistics or concerns. That celebration is powerful. After they feel their excitement has been recognized and shared, you can introduce other perspectives, and they'll be receptive where they wouldn't have been if you'd led with caution. This technique is foundational in de-escalation training. First responders and crisis counselors are taught to match energy enough to show they're present and engaged, then to gradually model the calmer state they're trying to help the person reach. In parenting, matching a child's energy level before guiding them to calm prevents the explosion that happens when you lead with calm while they're still ramped up. In relationships, when your partner comes to you heated about something, matching their energy briefly shows solidarity before guiding toward resolution. The key is that the matching has to be genuine, not performative. You're not mimicking them sarcastically. You're actually engaging with the energy they're bringing, showing that their emotional state is legitimate and understandable. That validation is what allows them to trust you enough to follow when you start to lead toward a different state. This also works with positive energy. When someone is excited or celebrating, being immediately practical or cautious can deflate them. But if you match their excitement first, genuinely share in the positive energy, they'll be much more receptive when you later introduce considerations or next steps. The matching creates connection. The leading creates movement. Together, they allow you to guide emotional dynamics without triggering resistance or making people feel unseen. Master this pattern of match, then lead, and you'll be able to influence emotional atmospheres effectively in almost any context. Eyes smile always. A smile that doesn't reach the eyes looks fake. Everyone can spot the difference between a genuine smile and a polite mask. The genuine smile, called a Duchenne smile, involves the muscles around the eyes crinkling, not just the mouth moving. When you smile with your eyes, people unconsciously register it as authentic warmth. When you smile only with your mouth, they register it as politeness at best, fakeness at worst. In customer service, medical care, hospitality, any field where you interact with people regularly, the difference between eye smiling and mouth smiling is the difference between people feeling welcomed and people feeling processed. In everyday interactions, being someone whose smile reaches their eyes makes you approachable and trustworthy in ways that practiced charm never achieves. In tense situations, a genuine smile that includes the eyes can diffuse tension because it signals that despite the difficulty, you're still approaching with warmth and humanity. The challenge is that you can't fake this by just squinting. Genuine eye smiles come from genuine positive feeling. So the path to mastering this isn't technical. It's about finding something genuinely warm to feel when you're interacting with people. Find something likable about them. Recall something you're grateful for. Connect with genuine good feeling, and your eyes will smile naturally. If you're smiling out of obligation while feeling nothing, it will show. But if you're smiling from actual warmth or pleasure, however small, your whole face, including your eyes, will express it. This is why people who genuinely like other people tend to be more successful in social and professional contexts. It's not that they're more skilled at social performance. It's that their genuine positive regard shows in ways that can't be fully faked. Their smiles are real, their eyes show it, and people respond to that authenticity. If you struggle with this, work on finding something genuinely positive in your interactions rather than trying to control your facial muscles. Change what you're feeling and your expression will follow authentically. That authentic warmth expressed through eyes that smile along with your mouth is one of the most powerful social signals you can send. It tells people they're welcome, you're glad they're here, and the interaction is genuine. That message, sent in fractions of a second through a smile that includes the eyes, builds trust and connection faster than any words. Compliment always end. The end of an interaction is what people carry with them. You can have a difficult conversation, deliver criticism, or work through challenges, but if you end with genuine appreciation or a compliment, that's often what colors their memory of the entire exchange. This doesn't mean fake positivity or sugarcoating problems. It means finding something real and positive to acknowledge before parting. In performance reviews or feedback sessions, experienced managers always end with recognition of strengths or specific positive contributions. The person leaves feeling challenged but valued rather than just criticized. In therapy sessions, counselors often end by acknowledging the client's courage, insight, or progress, something that frames the work done as meaningful. In parenting, ending disciplined conversations with affirmation of love or acknowledgement of good qualities helps children feel secure despite the correction. In any conversation where you've had to address problems or have conflict, finding something genuine to appreciate before ending prevents the interaction from leaving lingering resentment. The compliment has to be specific and authentic. Generic praise feels hollow and can actually undermine trust. But when you end by genuinely acknowledging something specific you value or appreciate, it creates a positive closing note that preserves relationship even through difficulty. This isn't manipulation. It's recognizing that relationships are built through accumulated interactions, and the emotional tone of those interactions matters. If every hard conversation ends with both people feeling worse about each other, relationships deteriorate. If hard conversations can end with both people feeling challenged but still valued, relationships strengthen even through conflict. Make it a practice to never end important conversations, especially difficult ones, without finding something genuine and positive to say. It can be appreciation for their time, acknowledgement of their perspective, even if you disagree, recognition of their effort or care, or a specific compliment about something they did well. That ending note is what they'll remember most, and making sure it's positive is one of the simplest ways to build relationships that can weather difficulty rather than being destroyed by it. Every goodbye is an opportunity to leave someone feeling a bit better than they did before. Take it. Interested, not interesting. The most magnetic people in any room are rarely the ones trying hardest to be impressive. They're the ones who seem genuinely fascinated by others. When you shift your focus from trying to be interesting to being genuinely interested in the people around you, you become paradoxically more interesting yourself. People leave conversations with you feeling energized and valued, and they associate those good feelings with you. Ask questions that go beneath surface level. Listen like their answers actually matter. Follow up on things they mention. Show curiosity about their experiences, their thinking, their perspective. This creates connection that performing your own accomplishments never achieves. In networking situations, the person asking thoughtful questions and really listening to answers makes more meaningful connections than the person delivering their elevator pitch to everyone. In dating, genuine curiosity about the other person creates chemistry that trying to impress them doesn't. In friendships, being someone who asks and cares about the answers builds intimacy that talking about yourself can't match. The reason this works is that most people spend most conversations waiting for their turn to talk. They're not really listening, they're rehearsing what they'll say next. When you actually listen, actually engage with what someone is sharing, you stand out dramatically. And the attention you give makes people feel valued in a way they rarely experience. This doesn't mean you never share about yourself. Conversations need balance. But when you lead with curiosity, when your default is interest in others rather than showcasing yourself, the dynamic shifts. People want to be around you because you make them feel interesting, which is a rare and precious gift. They leave feeling better about themselves, and they credit you for that feeling. Practice this deliberately. In your next conversation, set a goal to learn 3 things about the other person before you share anything about yourself. Ask follow-up questions. Express genuine interest in their answers. Notice how the conversation feels different, how the connection deepens faster. Being interested isn't a technique for manipulation. It's a genuine orientation toward others that makes you someone others want to be around. And ironically, by focusing less on being impressive, you become more genuinely impressive because depth of character and care for others is ultimately more attractive than any performance of achievement or charm. Thinking right now, conversations can stall when someone goes quiet, and the typical response is either to keep talking to fill the silence or to let the silence grow awkward until it ends the conversation. There's a third option that often reopens everything. Simply ask, "What are you thinking right now?" This direct question does several things at once. It acknowledges the silence without making it awkward. It shows you're interested in their internal experience, not just in smooth conversation flow. And it gives them explicit permission to share what's actually on their mind, which might be something important they were hesitating to bring up. In brainstorming meetings, when someone goes quiet, they're often processing something important. Asking what they're thinking surfaces ideas that would otherwise stay internal. In difficult conversations, when someone withdraws, asking this question can reveal concerns or reactions they weren't sure how to voice. In therapy, it's one of the most effective questions for moving past surface talk to real material. In relationships, it prevents the assumptions and mind reading that create unnecessary conflict. The question works because it's impossible to deflect easily. It requires the person to reflect and articulate, which often leads to honesty even if they weren't planning to be honest. And because you're asking about thoughts rather than feelings, it feels less invasive, less therapeutic, more like genuine curiosity about their perspective. Some people will say, "I don't know," and that's fine. You can gently follow with, "If you did know, what might you be thinking?" That often unlocks something because the "I don't know" is usually, "I haven't organized it into words yet," or "I'm not sure I want to say." The invitation to imagine what they might think if they did know often gives them the permission and framework to articulate it. What you're doing is refusing to accept surface-level disconnection when you sense something deeper is happening. You're showing that you care about their actual experience, not just about maintaining comfortable conversation. That level of attention is rare and valuable, and it usually gets rewarded with real sharing that takes the conversation somewhere meaningful. Make this question part of your toolkit for moments when conversations stall or when someone seems to check out mentally. It often reveals exactly what needs to be said to move forward, and it shows a level of care that deepens relationships simply by demonstrating that you notice and care when someone goes internal. Small favor bond. Asking someone for a small favor might seem like it would make them like you less, since you're asking them to do something for you. But psychological research consistently shows the opposite. People tend to like those they've helped more after helping them. This is called the Ben Franklin effect, and it works because we rationalize our actions. If I helped this person, I must like them. Otherwise, why would I have helped? That rationalization creates positive feelings toward you. The key is that the favor needs to be genuinely small, something easy to say yes to that doesn't create burden. Can you watch my bag for a minute? Could you recommend a good coffee place nearby? Would you mind sending me that link you mentioned? These small asks give the other person an easy opportunity to be helpful, and that experience of helping makes them feel warmly toward you. In networking, asking someone for a small piece of advice or input creates connection better than trying to impress them with your credentials. In new social situations, asking someone to help you with something minor is a great icebreaker that creates rapport. In professional settings, asking a colleague for small helps builds relationship better than maintaining complete independence. The favor creates a small shared experience and a small emotional investment from them in you. The important boundaries are that the favor really is small. You're genuinely grateful, and you don't abuse the dynamic by constantly asking for things. 1 or 2 small favors early in a relationship can be powerful bonding tools. Constant requests make you a burden, and the gratitude has to be real. The person needs to feel appreciated for helping, not taken for granted. When they feel good about having helped you, that good feeling attaches to you, and suddenly you're someone they have positive associations with. This seems counterintuitive because we think of relationships as built through giving, but receiving gracefully also builds bonds. When you give someone the opportunity to help you in small ways, and you receive that help with genuine appreciation, you create connection. You've made them feel useful and kind, which makes them feel good, which makes them like you. That's not manipulation. That's just how human social bonding works. We become invested in people we help. Use this principle wisely and sparingly. Ask for small, genuine helps from people you want to build relationships with, and watch how those small exchanges of help and gratitude grow into real connection. Silence owns space. In group conversations or meetings, the person who seems most comfortable with silence often ends up commanding the most respect. When everyone else is rushing to fill every pause with words, the person who can sit in silence without fidgeting or forcing commentary stands out. That comfort with quiet communicates confidence and self-possession in a way that constant talking never does. When you speak after a silence you've held comfortably, your words carry more weight because they feel more considered, more intentional. You're not just making noise, you're adding something worth the wait. In professional meetings, this dynamic plays out constantly. The people who talk the most aren't necessarily the ones whose opinions carry the most weight. Often, it's the person who speaks less frequently but more deliberately, who lets silence exist without rushing to fill it. In social situations, being comfortable with pauses in conversation creates a more relaxed atmosphere. Not every moment needs to be packed with words. When you show through your own ease that silence is okay, others relax too. The challenge is that silence can feel uncomfortable, especially in cultures or contexts where it's treated as awkward. You have to genuinely reframe it for yourself. Silence isn't emptiness or failure, it's space. Space for thought, for absorption, for the last thing said to land before the next thing arrives. When you believe that, your comfort with it becomes real and communicates to others. In one-on-one conversations, comfortable silence between two people is often a sign of deep comfort with each other. Relationships where you can be quiet together without it feeling wrong are relationships where genuine ease exists. Learning to create and hold that space is a relationship skill worth developing. Practice this deliberately. In your next few conversations, when a natural pause happens, don't rush to fill it. Sit with it for a few extra seconds. Notice how it feels. Notice how others respond. You'll likely find that the silence isn't nearly as uncomfortable as you anticipated, and the words that come after it land better for having had space before them. Owning space through comfortable silence is a subtle but powerful form of presence that makes you seem more grounded and authoritative than any amount of talking ever could. Show palm trust. Throughout human history, visible hands have signaled safety. Hidden hands could conceal weapons or intentions. Even though we're not consciously thinking about physical threat in most modern interactions, the instinct remains. When your hands are visible and open, especially with palms showing, you unconsciously communicate trustworthiness and openness. When they're hidden or closed, you create subtle unease even if no one can articulate why. In important conversations, especially ones where trust is being built or where you need to be believed, keep your hands visible and occasionally show your palms through natural gestures. Don't hide them in pockets, under tables, or behind your back. This doesn't mean wild gesturing or forced hand movements, just natural visibility and occasional open palm gestures when emphasizing points or showing openness to ideas. In negotiations, skilled practitioners know that open palm gestures while speaking create more trust than pointing or fist-making or hand-hiding. In therapy, counselors keep their hands visible and use open gestures to create safety. In sales, showing palms while explaining something makes the explanation more believable. In conflict resolution, open hands signal non-aggression and willingness to work together. The effect is entirely subconscious for most people. They won't think I trust this person because their hands are visible. They'll just feel more at ease, more trusting, more open, and won't know exactly why. Your open hands are doing work beneath the level of conscious awareness, communicating safety and honesty in a language older than words. This also means being aware of closed or hidden hand positions that might be undermining your communication. Crossed arms, hands in pockets, hands gripped together, all of these create subtle barriers. They're not inherently bad, but in situations where building trust matters, they work against you. Keeping hands visible and occasionally open shows confidence too. You're not protecting yourself or hiding anything. You're open to the interaction, to the other person, to whatever comes. That openness, communicated through something as simple as hand position, can be the difference between someone trusting you and someone staying guarded. Pay attention to your hands in important interactions. Let them be seen. Use open gestures naturally. That ancient signal of safety and honesty will do work for you that words alone can't accomplish. Behind-back compliment, praise delivered directly can feel good, but it often carries a slight question mark. Are they just being nice? Do they mean it, or are they flattering me for some reason? Compliments that reach someone indirectly, that they hear you said about them when they weren't there, land with much more impact. When someone tells you that someone else said something positive about you, it feels unquestionably real because there was no audience, no social obligation driving it. They said it because they genuinely meant it. This makes behind-the-back compliments one of the most powerful relationship-building tools available. When you say something positive about someone to a third party, especially if you know it will likely get back to them, you create goodwill that far exceeds direct compliments. In professional settings, praising someone's work to others, especially to their supervisors or peers, builds loyalty and respect. In social circles, Speaking well of people when they're not around creates a reputation as someone who's genuine and supportive. In families, saying positive things about one family member to another strengthens bonds all around. The key is that it has to be genuine and specific. Generic praise feels empty even secondhand, but specific recognition of something they did well, especially something others might not have noticed, shows real attention and appreciation. And because you said it without audience or obligation, it's received as deeply sincere. This technique also shapes how others see you. When people know you speak well of others behind their backs, they trust that you'll speak well of them too. You become someone safe, someone who builds others up rather than tearing them down. That reputation is invaluable in both professional and personal contexts. The opposite is also true and important to note. Speaking negatively about people behind their backs, even if it feels justified, creates an atmosphere of distrust. People assume that if you talk about others negatively, you probably talk about them that way too. Being known as someone who's consistently generous in how they speak about others, even when those others aren't present, is a form of character that attracts trust and loyalty. Make it a practice to look for opportunities to speak well of people to others, knowing it will likely get back. That indirect path makes the compliment more powerful, not less. And the pattern of doing this consistently makes you someone others want to work with, be around, and support because they know you're genuinely in their corner even when they're not in the room. When addressing problems or mistakes, the language you choose determines whether you create defensiveness or cooperation. You language assigns blame and creates separation. You forgot to send that email. You made an error in the report. We language creates partnership and shared responsibility. We need to make sure that email goes out. We should double-check the report for errors. Even when one person is clearly more responsible than the other, using we diffuses blame and focuses on moving forward together. This isn't about avoiding accountability. It's about creating the emotional conditions where accountability can happen productively. When people feel attacked with you language, they defend and deflect. When they feel supported with we language, they're more likely to acknowledge mistakes and work on solutions. In team leadership, leaders who consistently use we language build more cohesive, resilient teams. Problems become shared challenges rather than individual failures. In parenting, we language helps children learn from mistakes without shame, crushing them. We made a mess, let's clean it together, teaches differently than you made a mess, clean it up. In relationships, we language during conflicts prevents the you versus me dynamic that makes resolution impossible. We're both stressed, and not communicating well keeps you working together instead of against each other. The psychological shift is profound. We signal same team, shared challenge, collaborative solution. You signal separation, judgment, individual blame. And once people feel separated and blamed, productive conversation becomes nearly impossible. This doesn't mean never using you language. For positive attribution, you is perfect. You did excellent work on that project. You handled that situation really well. Positive you language makes recognition direct and personal. It's for problems and challenges that we language is superior. Master this distinction, and you'll find that difficult conversations go more smoothly. People are more willing to acknowledge mistakes, and problems get solved faster because people aren't spending their energy defending themselves. They're spending it on solutions, which is where energy should go. That simple swap of pronouns creates cooperation, where blame creates resistance. And cooperation is almost always what actually gets things fixed. Script break connect. Most social interactions run on autopilot. How are you? Fine, thanks, you? The exchange is so automatic that no one is really present for it. When you break the script by answering honestly or asking something unexpected, you create a moment of actual human connection in a sea of social performance. Instead of fine when someone asks how you are, try honestly. Pretty overwhelmed, but hanging in. Or actually better now that I'm talking to a human. These small departures from script surprise people in a good way. They weren't expecting a real answer, and getting one shifts the interaction from mechanical to meaningful. In professional networking, everyone gives the same answers to the same questions. The person who breaks scripts slightly, who answers differently or asks unexpected questions becomes memorable where others fade into generic background. In dating, script breaking shows personality and authenticity that following standard small talk patterns never achieves. In customer service interactions, when a customer or worker breaks script with something human and real, it transforms the transaction into a connection. The key is that the script breaking has to be genuine, not performative. You're not trying to be quirky or attention-seeking. You're just being present and real instead of automatic. And you have to read the context. Some situations genuinely require standard scripts for efficiency or appropriateness. But most everyday interactions have room for authenticity if you're willing to offer it. What happens when you break script is that you give the other person permission to be real too. They often light up and match your authenticity because they're tired of scripts too. They just needed someone to show them it's okay to step off the well-worn path of conventional exchange. Over time, being someone who consistently brings presence and authenticity to scripted interactions makes you someone others seek out. You're the person they can have real conversations with, who makes even mundane exchanges feel worthwhile. In a world drowning in surface-level routine, that's a rare and valuable quality. Start small. Next time someone asks how you are, give them something real. Not a complaint or a trauma dump, just something honest. Notice how often they respond with equal honesty, and how much better the brief exchange feels for both of you. Those small moments of breaking script and connecting authentically add up to a life with more genuine human contact and fewer empty social rituals that leave everyone feeling more isolated. Breathe, mirror, calm. When someone is anxious, upset, or overwhelmed, your words often can't reach them. Their nervous system is flooded, their thinking is compromised, and rational conversation isn't really possible. But your physical presence can do what words can't. Sit near them and quietly match your breathing to theirs. Don't announce what you're doing, just breathe with them. Once you're synced, gradually slow your own breathing, deepening each breath, extending each exhale. Their nervous system will often follow your lead without them consciously realizing it. This works because we're wired to unconsciously sync with the people near us, especially people we feel safe with. When you offer a calmer breathing pattern to match, you're essentially lending them your nervous system's regulation. You're not telling them to calm down, which rarely works. You're showing them calm through your own physiology, and their body responds to that demonstration. In crisis situations, first responders and therapists use this technique constantly. In parenting, it works better than any amount of talking when a child is melting down. In relationships, when your partner is overwhelmed, breathing with them and gradually slowing your breath does more than any reassurance or advice. In medical settings, healthcare workers use breath pacing to help anxious patients calm enough for procedures. The key is that you have to actually be calm or capable of becoming calm. If you're just as ramped up as they are, you can't lead them anywhere better. But if you can access your own calm, even in the midst of their distress, your calm becomes contagious through the simple mechanism of breathing together. This doesn't solve whatever problem is causing the distress, but it creates the physiological conditions where problem solving or emotional processing or whatever needs to happen next becomes possible. You can't think clearly or cope effectively while flooded with stress hormones. Calming the nervous system has to come first, and shared breathing is one of the fastest ways to facilitate that calming. Practice this with people you're close to. Don't wait for crisis. Just notice their breathing sometimes and piece yours to match, then slow. See if they follow. That simple practice builds a nonverbal communication channel that can be invaluable when words fail and presence is all you have to offer. Gift first, always. Reciprocity is a powerful social force. When someone does something for you, you feel obligated to do something in return. But you can use this principle proactively by being the first to give, the first to help, the first to offer value. When you show up having already done something kind or useful, you completely change the dynamic of the relationship from the start. In professional networking, offering help or information before asking for anything creates goodwill that makes people want to reciprocate. In customer relations, going above and beyond before problems arise creates loyalty that survives inevitable mistakes. In friendships, being the one who reaches out, who plans things, who shows they care first, builds bonds faster than waiting to see if the other person will. The gift doesn't have to be large. It can be small and thoughtful. Bringing someone their favorite coffee without being asked. Sending an article you thought they'd find interesting. Offering your expertise on something they're working on. The size matters less than the initiative. You thought of them, you took action, you gave without being asked. That pattern of unprompted giving tells people they matter to you, which makes you matter to them. This isn't transactional. You're not giving in order to get. You're giving because it's how you want to show up in relationships. But the reality is that genuine giving does tend to be reciprocated, not because people are keeping score, but because your generosity inspires matching generosity. You model the kind of relationship you want, and others tend to meet you there. The key is that the giving has to be without strings attached. If people sense you're giving in order to obligate them, it feels manipulative and backfires. But when your giving is genuine, when you offer because you want to contribute to their life, not because you're calculating return on investment, people feel it and respond to the authenticity. Make it a practice to show up to relationships having already given something. Not every time, not to the point of burnout or one-sidedness, but as your default starting position. Be the person who thinks of others and acts on that thought. That consistent pattern of unprompted generosity is rare enough that it makes you exceptional, and it creates relationships built on mutual care rather than on mutual need or transaction. Those relationships, built on genuine giving, are the ones that last and enrich life most. Spotlight effect own. Most people move through the world convinced that everyone is watching and judging them. This is the spotlight effect, the tendency to overestimate how much others notice and care about your actions, appearance, or mistakes. The reality is that most people are so consumed with their own spotlight, their own self-consciousness, that they barely have attention left for noticing your stumbles or flaws. Understanding this can free you from enormous amounts of unnecessary anxiety and self-consciousness. That stain on your shirt you're worried about? Most people didn't even notice. That awkward thing you said? They probably forgot about it within minutes. While you're replaying your mistakes on loop, most people have moved on to worrying about their own. But here's where it gets strategic. If your brain already believes you're being watched, use that belief as motivation rather than as paralysis. Instead of shrinking under the imagined spotlight, stand in it with purpose. Act as if you're being observed, not with fake performance, but with intentional presence. Stand a little straighter. Make eye contact. Move through spaces with confidence. The imagined audience becomes motivation to show up as your best self rather than to hide as your smallest self. In professional settings, people who seem confident aren't necessarily less self-conscious than others. They've just learned to use the imagined attention as fuel rather than as fear. In social situations, the person who acts like they belong rather than like they're being judged often becomes the person everyone wants to be around because their ease is contagious. The paradox is that by acting as if you're comfortable being watched, you become less actually watched in negative ways. Confidence deflects scrutiny. People don't stare at or judge someone who seems comfortable in themselves. They judge people who seem uncomfortable, whose discomfort draws attention to itself. When you own the spotlight you believe is on you, treating it as opportunity rather than threat, you transform the dynamic entirely. You're no longer a victim of imagined judgment. You're someone who understands that if attention is coming your way, you might as well use it to show up fully rather than to shrink apologetically. That shift from spotlight as burden to spotlight as stage is what separates people who hide from life from people who fully engage with it. Neither is actually being watched as much as they think, but one has learned to use the illusion powerfully while the other is paralyzed by it. Finish their sentence. In conversations, when you think you know where someone is going with their thought, the temptation to finish their sentence or jump in with your response is strong. Resist it. Letting someone finish their complete thought, even if it takes them a moment to find the words, shows respect that interrupting never does. It tells them their process of thinking and speaking matters, not just the conclusion you've already guessed. This is especially important when someone is working through something complex or emotional. The struggle to find words is often part of the processing. When you cut that short, even helpfully, you rob them of the full experience of articulating their thought. And often, what they were actually going to say is different or more nuanced than what you assumed. In therapy, counselors are trained to let clients fully complete their thoughts no matter how long it takes, because the completion is part of the therapeutic work. In parenting, letting kids finish their explanations or stories without interrupting teaches them that their voice matters and helps them develop communication skills. In professional settings, letting people complete their points before responding shows respect and often prevents misunderstandings that come from jumping in too early. The practice also makes your responses better. When you've heard someone's complete thought, you can respond to what they actually said rather than to what you assumed they were saying halfway through. This leads to better conversations and fewer instances of people saying, "That's not what I was going to say," or "You didn't let me finish." There's a difference between collaborative conversation, where people build on each other's ideas, and interruption that cuts people off. The difference is whether the person feels completed or cut off. Learning to sense that distinction and consistently erring on the side of letting people finish creates better conversations and stronger relationships. If you have a habit of interrupting, even with good intentions, work on it deliberately. Practice waiting until someone has clearly finished their thought, then count to 2 before responding. That brief pause ensures they're truly done and gives you a moment to formulate a response to their complete thought rather than to your assumption about where they were going. People who feel consistently heard and allowed to complete their thoughts are people who feel respected and valued. That feeling is the foundation of every strong relationship, and it's built in these small moments of giving someone the floor until they're fully done with it. You seem rapport. When you want to create quick connection with someone, one powerful technique is to offer a perception of them using the frame "you seem like." You seem like the kind of person who notices details. You seem like someone who thinks deeply about things. You seem like you keep snacks in your bag just in case. These observations do several things at once. They show you're paying attention to who they are, not just conducting a standard social interaction. They invite them to either confirm or clarify your perception, which opens conversation naturally. And they create a moment of being seen that most people rarely experience. The observation doesn't have to be profound. It can be small and even slightly off. If it's accurate, they feel understood. If it's not quite right, they often enjoy clarifying. "Not quite, but actually, I'm more." Either way, the conversation deepens because you've moved from surface pleasantries to something about their actual identity and preferences. In networking situations, this technique helps you stand out from the stream of people asking, "What do you do?" In dating, it shows interest in who they are rather than just what they look like or where they're from. In therapy, counselors use this to help clients see themselves from outside perspectives. In customer service, acknowledging something specific about a customer makes them feel valued as an individual rather than as a transaction. The key is that the observation should be positive or neutral, never negative or judgmental. "You seem like you're always running late" would create defensiveness. "You seem like you're juggling a lot right now" might open conversation about their actual experience. The frame shows interest without demanding explanation. It's a gentle invitation to be seen and known, and most people respond to that invitation eagerly because being truly seen is so rare. Practice this in your conversations. When you're talking with someone, notice something about them beyond surface details and offer it as observation. "You seem like," and see where it goes. More often than not, it goes somewhere more interesting and connecting than standard small talk ever reaches, because you've invited them to be a specific person rather than just another conversation partner going through expected motions. Host, not guest. In social situations where you're uncertain or uncomfortable, the instinct is to hang back and wait to be included. But that guest mentality often keeps you on the outside. A more effective approach is to adopt a host mentality. Act as if you're partly responsible for making the space welcoming and helping things go well. When you enter a room as if you have some ownership of the experience rather than as if you're a passive recipient of whatever happens, your entire energy changes. In practice, this means doing small things that hosts do. Introducing people who don't know each other, refreshing the snack bowl, asking someone standing alone if they'd like to join your conversation, making sure new arrivals feel welcomed. These small actions give you purpose and confidence, and they make others perceive you as someone who belongs and who's making things better by being there. In professional networking events, being the person who facilitates connections for others makes you central and memorable. At parties, acting like a co-host even when you're not creates comfort for yourself and others. In team meetings, taking subtle responsibility for keeping things productive gives you presence and influence. The host mentality works because it transforms you from someone seeking approval or inclusion to someone contributing value. You're not waiting to be given something by the situation. You're actively improving the situation, which means you automatically belong because you're making things better. This doesn't mean actually taking over or overstepping. You're not usurping the actual host or making yourself the center of attention. You're just taking subtle responsibility for helping things go well in whatever small ways are available to you. That helpful presence is almost always welcome and almost always makes you someone others want around. The psychological shift from guest to host mentality also reduces anxiety because you have a role. You're not floating uncertain, wondering how to act. You're helping, which is always an appropriate way to act. That clarity of purpose creates confidence that passivity never generates. Next time you're in a situation where you feel uncertain about your place, try mentally shifting to host mode. Look for small ways to contribute to things going well. Watch how that shift in mental frame changes your presence, reduces your anxiety, and makes others respond to you differently. You're not a supplicant hoping to be included. You're a contributor making things better. That's someone every space wants. Childhood asks connection. When you want to understand someone more deeply or create faster connection, one of the most powerful questions you can ask is about their childhood. What were you like as a kid? What did you want to be when you grew up? What's your earliest memory? These questions take people to a place where their defenses are lower and their authentic self is more accessible. Childhood experiences are formative, and when people talk about them, they're often more unguarded and genuine than when talking about their current life. This works because childhood memories carry emotional resonance that current events often don't. They're far enough away to talk about without feeling too exposed, but meaningful enough to reveal important things about who someone is. In dating, asking about childhood creates intimacy faster than staying in present-day small talk. In therapy, childhood exploration is foundational for understanding current patterns. In friendships, sharing childhood experiences builds connection that current-day updates don't quite achieve. The question also shows that you're interested in understanding how someone became who they are, not just who they appear to be right now. That deeper interest is flattering and creates openness. Most people enjoy revisiting and sharing childhood memories because those memories are vivid and meaningful, but not frequently discussed. You're giving them an opportunity to share something real about themselves in a frame that feels safe because it's distant. In professional contexts, asking about someone's childhood interests or early influences can reveal motivations and values that resumed discussions never touch. In conflict situations, understanding someone's childhood context can create compassion that transforms how you see their current behavior. The key is to ask with genuine curiosity, not as an interview technique. You want to know because you're interested in them as a full person with history and formation, not because you're checking boxes in a getting-to-know-you routine. That genuine interest makes the question land differently than mechanical small talk. When people feel you actually want to understand where they came from, they usually open up, and that opening is often where real connection begins. Make childhood questions part of your toolkit for deepening relationships. They reveal things that present-focused questions never access, and they create intimacy faster than almost any other line of inquiry because they touch the most authentic, least defended parts of who someone is. Reflect, make think. Most conversations stay on the surface because the questions asked are surface level. How are you? What's new? These questions get surface answers. If you want conversations that actually matter, ask questions that require reflection rather than reflex. Instead of how are you, try what's been on your mind lately. Instead of what's new, try what's something you've learned recently. Instead of generic inquiries, ask questions that make the other person actually think before answering. These reflection-inducing questions do several things. They show you're interested in their interior life, not just their external circumstances. They invite depth in a way that surface questions don't, and they often lead to conversations that both people actually remember because something real was exchanged. In mentoring or coaching contexts, the right reflective question can create breakthrough insights for the person being asked. In friendships, these questions maintain depth over time rather than letting relationships slide into pure updates and logistics. In dating, they reveal character and substance that conventional small talk never accesses. The key is that reflective questions should feel like invitations, not interrogations. The tone should be curious and open, not demanding or intense. You're creating space for them to think and share something real, but they should feel complete freedom to decline or redirect if the question doesn't land right for them in that moment. Some good reflective questions: what's something you've changed your mind about recently? What's been challenging you lately? What are you afraid to want? What's something your younger self would be proud of in you now? These aren't typical conversation fare, which is exactly why they work. They stand out from the noise of conventional exchange and invite authentic sharing. People often appreciate being asked questions like this because it's rare that anyone asks them to reflect and share at this level. You're showing them that you see them as someone with depth worth exploring, and most people rise to meet that perception. They share more deeply because you've invited depth rather than accepted surface. Make it a practice to have at least one reflective question ready for important conversations. Don't interrogate or make it feel like a therapy session, but be willing to invite thinking rather than just accepting the first reflexive answer someone gives. Those moments of actual reflection are where real understanding and connection happen, and they're the moments that make conversations memorable and relationships meaningful. Deprecate, then stage. Leading with confidence can trigger resistance, especially if people don't know you yet or if you're in a position where others might feel threatened. A softer approach that often works better is to open with a small amount of self-deprecation before delivering your actual message or demonstrating your competence. I'm not the best speaker, so bear with me. Or, I definitely don't have all the answers here, but here's what I'm thinking. These humble openings disarm resistance and make people more receptive to what follows. This works because self-deprecation is relatable and unexpected from someone about to take the stage, literally or figuratively. It shows that you don't take yourself too seriously, which makes others take you more seriously. It creates permission for imperfection, which paradoxically makes people more willing to see your strengths because they're not looking for evidence of the superiority or threat they might have been braced for. In presentations, speakers who open with light self-deprecation often connect better with audiences than those who lead with credentials and confidence. In job interviews, acknowledging nervousness or uncertainty can make you more likable, while your subsequent competent answers prove you're qualified. In leadership, admitting you don't have everything figured out builds trust more effectively than projecting infallibility. The self-deprecation has to be limited and genuine, not excessive or fishing for reassurance. You're not tearing yourself down or making yourself look incompetent. You're just acknowledging one small human limitation or moment of vulnerability before moving into your actual contribution. That moment of humanity makes everything that follows more palatable because you've shown you're approachable and realistic about yourself. This pattern also works in conflict or difficult conversations. Starting with, "I know I haven't handled this perfectly," creates openness for the other person to hear your perspective, where leading with your argument would create defensiveness. The small admission of imperfection disarms their resistance and makes room for productive dialogue. Master the balance of brief self-deprecation followed by solid contribution. That combination makes you someone people want to listen to because you're confident enough to acknowledge human limitations while still having value to offer. It's the sweet spot between arrogance and insecurity, and it's where most effective communication happens. Diagonal, not head. Physical positioning affects psychological comfort more than most people realize. Sitting directly across from someone face to face creates a confrontational dynamic even when no confrontation is intended. Your bodies are squared off, eye contact is constant and intense, and the setup mirrors conflict or interrogation. Sitting side by side is better for collaboration but can feel too intimate for some contexts. The optimal position is diagonal, angled toward each other but not directly opposed. This creates engagement without confrontation. In restaurants, sitting at a corner of the table rather than across creates better conversation dynamics than facing each other head-on for an entire meal. In meetings, choosing a position that's at an angle rather than directly across from people you're trying to persuade or collaborate with increases receptivity. In therapy, furniture is typically arranged to create diagonal angles rather than direct face-off positioning. In negotiations, savvy practitioners avoid sitting directly across the table when possible, choosing positions that create angle rather than opposition. The psychological effect is that diagonal positioning feels collaborative. You're not facing off as opponents. You're both looking at the situation together from slightly different angles. That physical arrangement supports the mental arrangement you want, where you're working together rather than against each other. The diagonal also gives natural breaks from eye contact without those breaks feeling like disengagement. You can glance away or look at something else briefly without it seeming like you're avoiding the person. That flexibility makes longer conversations more sustainable because constant direct eye contact is exhausting. Most people don't consciously notice positioning, but they feel its effects. A conversation that happens at an angle feels easier and more comfortable than one that happens head-on, even if they can't articulate why. By being intentional about choosing diagonal positions in important conversations, you stack the deck in favor of openness and collaboration rather than opposition and defensiveness. Pay attention to positioning in your next several important conversations. When you have choice, opt for diagonal. When you're stuck in direct face-off arrangement, notice how it affects the dynamic. That awareness helps you navigate the conversation better and makes you more intentional about positioning in future situations where you have control over the setup. Name at goodbye. The end of an interaction carries disproportionate weight in memory. People remember how you left them more than what happened in the middle. When you're saying goodbye, using someone's name makes the goodbye personal and memorable in a way that generic departures don't achieve. Thanks for this, Marcus. Great seeing you, Jennifer. Take care, Alex. That simple addition of their name creates a moment of personal recognition that standard goodbyes lack. This works because hearing your own name creates a small neurological response. Your brain perks up because something just became specifically about you. When someone uses your name as they're leaving, their departure becomes a personal moment rather than a social routine. That personalization makes the entire interaction feel more meaningful in retrospect. In professional networking, using names at goodbye helps ensure people remember you because the last thing they heard was their own name spoken by you, creating a strong associative memory. In customer service, ending transactions with the customer's name makes them feel valued rather than processed. In any context, it's a small touch that demonstrates you were present enough to remember and use their name, which signals respect and attention. The key is that it has to sound natural, not forced or rehearsed. If you're not naturally someone who uses names frequently, practice until it feels comfortable. Start with written communication where it's easier, then work it into spoken goodbyes gradually. The slight awkwardness of building a new habit is worth pushing through because the impact of personalized goodbyes compounds over time. People may not consciously think about why interactions with you feel better, but the accumulation of small personal touches like using their name at goodbye creates a general sense that you see them and care. and that sense is what builds relationships and makes you someone others want to keep in their lives. Make it a practice to use people's names when saying goodbye, not mechanically but genuinely, as a small act of recognition that says this interaction mattered, you matter, and I was present enough to remember who I was talking to. That simple act of naming someone as you part ways makes partings warmer and makes your return more welcomed. Deadline fake results. Human beings respond to deadlines with focus and urgency that open-ended timelines never generate. The interesting thing is that the deadline doesn't even have to be real to be effective. When you create a time boundary, even an artificial one, it concentrates attention and accelerates progress in ways that wouldn't happen without that structure. In project management, introducing deadlines for phases of work that don't have inherent time pressures keeps momentum going and prevents drift. In negotiations, time pressure, whether real or created, moves people off the fence. Without urgency, decisions get postponed indefinitely. With a deadline, people commit. In personal goal setting, telling yourself you have to decide something by Friday makes that decision happen where vague eventually almost never does. The psychological principle is that deadlines force prioritization and action. When time feels unlimited, everything can wait. When time is limited, you have to decide what actually matters and act on it. This clarifying effect is why deadlines are such powerful tools for combating procrastination and indecision. The ethical consideration is straightforward. Don't create false urgency that harms people or manipulates them into decisions against their interests. But creating structure and time boundaries where progress needs to happen is fair and often helpful to everyone involved. People often thank you later for the deadline that made them actually complete something that had been languishing. In your own work, use self-imposed deadlines liberally. Your brain responds to the structure even when you know you created it yourself. In working with others, build deadlines into processes not because the specific date is critical, but because the structure makes progress happen. And when things are stalling in any context, consider whether introducing appropriate time pressure might be exactly what's needed to create movement toward resolution or completion. The fake deadline isn't fake in its effects. It's real in every way that matters because the psychological and behavioral responses it creates are genuine. The artificiality of the deadline doesn't diminish its power to focus attention and drive action, which makes it one of the most useful tools available for anyone trying to make things happen in a world that naturally tends toward delay and drift. Eyebrow raise recognition. First impressions form in fractions of a second, often before words are exchanged. One of the simplest micro-expressions that creates instant warmth and connection is the brief eyebrow raise when you made eye contact with someone. It's a quick, subtle lift that signals recognition and positive acknowledgement. This tiny gesture is nearly universal across cultures and registers unconsciously as friendly and welcoming. When you see someone, whether you know them or are meeting for the first time, that split-second eyebrow flash communicates openness and positive regard. It says, "I see you and I'm glad about it," without requiring any words. The person on the receiving end feels acknowledged in a way that neutral eye contact doesn't quite achieve. In professional settings, this microgesture makes you seem approachable and warm, which encourages others to engage with you. In social situations, it creates moments of connection even when verbal interaction isn't possible or appropriate. In service contexts, it makes customers or clients feel recognized as individuals rather than as transactions. The key is that the gesture needs to be genuine and brief. An exaggerated or prolonged eyebrow raise looks sarcastic or confused. The authentic flash is quick, almost imperceptible, but definitely there. It happens naturally when we're genuinely pleased to see someone, so the goal is to make that natural response more conscious and consistent rather than trying to manufacture something artificial. Start practicing this in your daily interactions. When you make eye contact with someone, let your eyebrows lift briefly in recognition. Watch how often people's faces light up in response, how they smile or return the gesture, how that microsecond of acknowledgement changes the tone of whatever interaction follows, if any. You're not doing anything dramatic or performative. You're just using your face to send a clear signal of positive recognition. and that signal creates ripples of goodwill that make every subsequent interaction warmer and easier. In a world where many people feel invisible or overlooked, being someone who consistently acknowledges others through something as simple as an eyebrow flash makes you someone others remember positively and want to be around. Scarcity few know. When you're sharing information or offering something, framing it as rare or exclusive makes it inherently more valuable in the listener's mind. Only a few people know about this. This isn't widely known yet. Most people haven't figured this out. These frames trigger the psychological principle of scarcity. We value things more when they're rare or when access is limited. This isn't about lying or creating false scarcity. It's about recognizing that when you have genuine information or opportunities that aren't common knowledge, framing them that way increases engagement and appreciation. In sales and marketing, scarcity is used constantly because it works. Limited availability creates urgency. In personal conversations, mentioning that something you're sharing isn't common knowledge makes people lean in and pay closer attention. In professional contexts, positioning your insights as things most people haven't considered yet gives them more weight and makes you seem more valuable as a thinker or resource. The psychological mechanism is that our brains are wired to notice and value what's rare. In evolutionary terms, rare resources were worth competing for. That instinct remains even in modern contexts where scarcity is often artificial. When you frame something as exclusive or limited, even if it's just information, people's brains light up with interest in ways they wouldn't for something presented as common or widely available. The ethical line is clear: don't fabricate scarcity where it doesn't exist. But when something genuinely is known by few, available to limited numbers, or represents insight that most people don't have, saying so isn't manipulation. It's accurate framing that helps people understand the value of what you're offering. Use this principle when you have something valuable to share. Note its relative rarity or exclusivity. Watch how that framing increases engagement and appreciation. People want to be in the know, to have access to what others don't. When you can legitimately offer that, framing it as such isn't sleazy salesmanship. It's helping people recognize value they might otherwise overlook. Pain, not logic. When you're trying to persuade someone or move them to action, leading with logic and benefits often fails because it doesn't engage them emotionally. People make decisions based on emotions and then rationalize them with logic. If you want to create real motivation, speak to the pain first. Show them what it costs them to not act, what frustration or difficulty they'll continue to experience, what opportunities they'll miss. Paint the picture of the problem they're living with. Only after you've connected with their pain do you offer the solution. This works because pain is immediate and visceral in a way that abstract benefits aren't. Imagine trying to meet your targets without this tool, versus this tool will help you meet targets more efficiently. The first version connects with real frustration they're experiencing. The second is just a nice-to-have feature that doesn't compel action. In sales, the best closers identify and amplify the prospect's pain points before ever talking about product features. In therapy, change happens when clients fully connect with the cost of their current patterns, not when they intellectually understand what they should do differently. In leadership, motivating teams requires helping them see what's at stake, what they'll lose or continue to struggle with if they don't change course. In everyday persuasion, understanding what someone is trying to avoid or escape is more powerful than understanding what they say they want to achieve. The key is that you're not creating pain or manipulating fear. You're helping someone connect with pain that already exists, but that they might be numbing or minimizing. That connection creates the emotional fuel for change that pure logic never generates. Once they feel the pain clearly, they're motivated to do something about it. That's when your solution lands with real impact, because it addresses something they're genuinely wanting to escape. Practice identifying pain in the situations where you're trying to influence outcomes. What's not working? What's frustrating? What's costing time, energy, money, or peace of mind? Help people see that clearly before offering your solution. The solution lands completely differently when it's addressing felt pain rather than theoretical improvement. Confess. Ask help. When you need to ask someone for something, especially something significant, the conventional approach is to lead with confidence and make a clear request. But often a more effective approach is to lead with honest vulnerability about your situation before making the ask. Confess the struggle or limitation you're facing, then ask for help from that place of acknowledged need rather than from a position of confident requesting. "I've been falling behind on some things lately and I could really use your help" is more effective than "can you help me with this," because it shows the human context that makes the request meaningful rather than transactional. This works because vulnerability creates connection and triggers our instinct to help. When someone is honest about struggling or needing support, we want to contribute because it feels like we're helping a person, not just fulfilling a request. The confession makes it personal and genuine in a way that straight requests often don't. In professional settings, admitting to a colleague that you're overwhelmed and asking for their input makes them feel needed rather than imposed upon. In personal relationships, being honest about your limitations before asking for support creates intimacy rather than obligation. In fundraising or any context where you're asking for resources, sharing the genuine need creates motivation where smooth requests often meet with polite deflection. The confession doesn't have to be dramatic. It just has to be honest enough to create a moment of human connection before the practical ask. That connection transforms the request from transactional to relational, and relational requests almost always get better responses than transactional ones. The key is that the vulnerability has to be real, not performed. People can tell the difference between genuine sharing of struggle and manipulative playing for sympathy. The genuine version creates willingness to help. The manipulative version creates resentment, even if people comply. Be honestly vulnerable about your situation or need, then ask. That sequence creates much more willing help than asking alone ever could, because you've given people context that makes helping feel meaningful rather than obligatory. Correct trust build. Allowing someone to correct you might seem like it would undermine your credibility, but it often does the opposite. When you make a statement and someone corrects you, responding with genuine appreciation for the correction rather than defensiveness builds trust and rapport. "Oh, good catch. Thanks for pointing that out" shows that you value accuracy over ego, which makes you someone others can trust and feel comfortable around. This works because nobody likes know-it-alls or people who can't admit when they're wrong. When you show that you're secure enough to be corrected without your ego being threatened, you become someone others want to work with and talk to. They don't have to walk on eggshells or let errors slide to protect your feelings. They can engage honestly, which makes collaboration better and relationships stronger. In professional settings, leaders who accept correction gracefully from their teams build cultures where information flows freely rather than being filtered to protect egos. In teaching and mentoring, being correctable shows students that learning is ongoing and that expertise doesn't mean infallibility. In relationships, being able to say "you're right, I was wrong" prevents small disagreements from becoming ego battles. The practice also means you end up being more accurate and better informed because you're actually learning from corrections rather than defending against them. People share more information with you and correct you more readily when they know you'll receive it well, which means you operate with better information than people whose defensiveness keeps them isolated from corrective feedback. Make it a practice to respond to corrections with genuine appreciation. Even when they're delivered poorly or when you're only partially wrong, find what's true in the correction and acknowledge it. That grace under correction is a form of strength that makes you both more likable and more effective because you're someone who learns rather than someone who defends their image at the cost of actual understanding. What would you, when you want someone's input or perspective but don't want to make them feel like they're being tested or put on the spot, ask what would you do if you were me? This framing does several powerful things at once. It invites them to think from your perspective, which creates empathy and deeper engagement. It shows that you value their judgment and approach, and it makes the question feel collaborative rather than evaluative because they're not being asked for the right answer but for their personal approach. In professional contexts, this question builds rapport with colleagues while getting useful perspective. In relationships, It helps partners understand each other's thinking without making discussions feel like interrogations. In parenting, asking kids this question helps them develop perspective, taking skills, and makes them feel respected for their thinking. In conflicts, asking someone how they would handle the situation if they were in your position often creates understanding that straight arguing never achieves. The question works because it's impossible to answer without genuine thought and without putting themselves in your shoes. That process of mentally stepping into your position creates empathy and usually produces more thoughtful, nuanced answers than direct questions about what you should do. People are also generally more willing to share their honest thinking when framed this way because they're not telling you what to do, they're sharing what they would do, which feels less presumptuous and risky. The key is to ask with genuine curiosity and to really listen to the answer. If you're just going through motions or you've already decided what you're going to do, the question feels manipulative. But when you truly want to understand their perspective and approach, the question creates valuable exchange and builds relationship through that shared thinking. Use this question when you want deeper engagement than simple advice. Giving provides. The shift from, "What should I do?" to, "What would you do?" transforms the dynamic from advice, seeking to perspective, sharing, and that transformation often produces both better insights and stronger connection. Most don't know. When you're about to share information or insight, prefacing it with "most people don't know," this creates immediate interest and attention. The frame triggers curiosity because it suggests you're about to share something valuable that isn't common knowledge, even if the information isn't particularly secret or exclusive. Framing it this way makes people lean in and pay attention in ways they wouldn't if you just stated the information neutrally. This works because we're wired to value what's rare and to want to be among the informed few rather than the ignorant many. When you signal that what comes next is uncommon knowledge, people's brains perk up. They want to be in the know, to have access to information others don't. That desire makes them more receptive and attentive to whatever you say next. In presentations or teaching, this frame captures wandering attention. In casual conversation, it makes your contributions more memorable. In sales or persuasion, it positions your information as valuable and your expertise as rare. In writing or content creation, it's why titles like Secrets or What Most People Don't Know About generate more engagement than straight informational titles. The key is that you need to deliver on the promise. If you use this frame and then share something obvious or widely known, you lose credibility. But when you genuinely have insight that isn't common, framing it accurately as such helps people appreciate its value rather than overlooking it as just more information. This also works in reverse as a diagnostic tool. When someone uses this frame with you, pay attention to whether what follows is actually uncommon knowledge or whether they're using the frame to make ordinary information seem more valuable than it is. That awareness helps you evaluate information and sources more accurately. Use this frame sparingly and honestly. When you genuinely have something valuable that most people don't know, saying so helps people recognize that value. Overuse or dishonest use degrades the frame and your credibility, but used appropriately, it's one of the most effective ways to ensure important information gets the attention it deserves. Lower voice respect. In moments of tension or disagreement, the instinct is often to match the other person's volume or to speak louder to be heard. But raising your voice in response to raised voices escalates conflict. Lowering your voice does something completely different. It forces the other person to quiet down to hear you. It breaks the pattern of escalation, and it signals a level of control and composure that commands respect. When everyone else is getting louder, the person who gets quieter often ends up controlling the room. This works because volume wars are emotional floods where no one is thinking clearly and reactions drive behavior. When you refuse to match that energy and instead deliberately speak more softly than the situation seems to warrant, you create contrast that's impossible to ignore. Your calm quiet becomes the most noticeable thing in the room, not through force, but through stark difference from the chaos around it. In conflict situations, speaking quietly when others expect you to escalate shows strength, not weakness. It takes more self-control to stay quiet than to yell, and others unconsciously recognize and often respect that control. In meetings or group discussions, the person who speaks more softly during heated moments often carries more influence because their words feel more considered and less reactive. In parenting, responding to screaming children with a deliberately quiet voice diffuses tantrums more effectively than yelling back. The key is that the quiet voice has to be genuinely calm, not seething or passive-aggressive. You're not suppressing rage and speaking through clenched teeth. You're actually calm, and the quiet voice reflects that real calm. That authentic composure is what creates the powerful effect. When people see that you're not being tossed around emotionally, that you're steady when everyone else is reactive, they tend to orient toward your steadiness. Practice this deliberately in situations where tension is rising. Notice the urge to match volume and consciously choose to lower your voice instead. Watch how often that choice alone shifts the entire dynamic, bringing volume and emotion down across the room simply because you modeled a different way. The quiet voice in chaos doesn't fade into background. It cuts through more clearly than any shout because it's the only voice operating from composure rather than reaction. Nod, asking yes. Body language can subtly bias responses in ways people rarely notice consciously. When you ask a question while nodding slightly, you create gentle momentum toward agreement. The physical gesture of affirmation triggers a mirroring response in many people, where they unconsciously begin to nod along with you. That physical agreement often translates to mental agreement, especially for small requests or decisions where someone doesn't have strong feelings either way. This doesn't work for genuinely controversial topics or major decisions where someone has real resistance. But for everyday small asks, for checking understanding, for situations where someone is already leaning toward yes but hasn't quite committed, a gentle nod while asking can tip the balance. The technique works because humans are natural mimics, especially in cooperative contexts. We unconsciously mirror the body language of people we're interacting with. When you nod, you trigger that mirroring impulse. And when someone finds themselves nodding along with you physically, their mind often follows with agreement because the body and mind are more connected than we usually acknowledge. In sales, this is used constantly with questions like, "Does this make sense?" while nodding. In teaching, checking for understanding with a nod encourages students to affirm comprehension. In everyday interactions, small nods while asking for small favors or agreements reduce friction and make yes easier than no. The key is subtlety and genuine warmth. If you're too obvious or mechanical, people sense manipulation and resist. But when it's a natural part of your communication style, a gentle, affirming gesture that accompanies questions, it smooths interactions without anyone noticing they're being gently guided. You're not tricking people into things they don't want. You're just removing tiny bits of resistance around things they're already okay with, making agreement feel natural rather than difficult. Use this sparingly and ethically. It's most appropriate for small, benign requests where you're just making it easier for someone to say yes to something that serves mutual interests. For major decisions or anything where someone might have real hesitation, relying on physical cues rather than addressing substantive concerns would be manipulative. But for everyday smoothing of social friction, a gentle nod while asking is a small tool that makes interactions flow more easily for everyone involved. Advice, gain influence. Asking someone for advice might seem like it would make you appear weak or uncertain, but it actually tends to increase your influence with that person rather than decrease it. When you ask someone for their perspective or guidance, several powerful things happen. You show that you value their opinion and expertise. You make them feel useful and knowledgeable. And most importantly, you create investment. Once someone has given you advice, they become psychologically invested in your success because they've contributed their thinking to your situation. This is why mentors become so personally invested in their mentees' success. They've given advice and guidance, which means they now have a stake in seeing that advice work out. The person you asked for advice becomes an ally who wants you to succeed because your success validates their contribution. In professional networking, asking for advice builds stronger connections than trying to impress people with what you already know. In new relationships of any kind, asking someone's perspective on something makes them feel valued in a way that impressing them never quite achieves. In team settings, leaders who ask for input and advice from team members build more engaged, invested teams than leaders who always have all the answers. The advice you receive might or might not be useful, but that's almost secondary to the relationship effect of having asked. Even if you don't follow the advice precisely, the fact that you asked and considered it creates a bond. The person feels they've contributed to your thinking, which makes them favorably disposed toward you and interested in your outcomes. The key is to ask genuinely from people who actually might have valuable perspective and to show real appreciation for what they offer. Asking for advice as pure manipulation from people who have nothing useful to offer or with no intention of considering what they say is obvious and backfires. But genuine requests for guidance from people positioned to offer it creates relationships and influence that performing competence alone never achieves. Make asking for advice a regular practice, not because you're uncertain, but because you genuinely value others' perspectives and because the asking itself creates bonds that strengthen your ability to work effectively with others. Influence isn't always about being the one with answers. Often it grows faster from being the one who asks good questions and values others' thinking enough to seek it out. Echo words. Trust. One of the fastest ways to make someone feel truly heard is to use their exact words when you respond to them. When someone says they feel overwhelmed, echo overwhelmed in your reply rather than substituting stressed or busy. When they describe something as frustrating, use frustrating rather than annoying or difficult. This precision shows you're tracking their specific experience rather than translating it into your own vocabulary, and that exact mirroring creates an immediate sense of being understood. This technique is foundational in therapy and counseling because it builds rapport faster than almost anything else. When a therapist reflects a client's exact language back, the client feels deeply heard because their precise way of describing their experience is being honored. The same principle works in everyday conversations, in customer service, in management, in relationships, anywhere that feeling understood matters. The key is natural integration rather than robotic parroting. You're not repeating everything they say mindlessly. You're catching the words and phrases that seem to carry particular weight or meaning and weaving them into your response in a way that shows you absorbed them. So you felt dismissed in that meeting does more to create understanding than so they didn't listen to you, even though the second captures the same general idea, because dismissed was their word, the one they chose, and it likely captures something specific about their experience that your substitution might miss. This practice also keeps conversations on track. When you use someone's language, you stay within their frame of reference rather than subtly shifting to yours. That prevents the drift where conversations end up being about something slightly different than what was originally raised. Holding to their words holds to their meaning. Make this a conscious practice. Listen for the specific words people use that seem meaningful to them, the ones they repeat or emphasize or choose carefully. Then incorporate those exact words into your responses. That linguistic precision creates disproportionate feelings of being understood, and in a world where most people feel chronically misunderstood, being someone who demonstrates real understanding through careful attention to language deepens every relationship it touches. Talk first win. In negotiations or discussions where persuasion matters, there's often a rush to speak first, to get your points on the table, to set the agenda. But often the strategic move is the opposite. Let them talk first. When you speak second, you have information they don't have. You know their position, their concerns, their framing. You can shape your response with precision rather than guessing what will land. The person who speaks first reveals their hand. The person who speaks second can respond with full knowledge. This works in sales, where letting the customer explain their needs before pitching means you can position your offering precisely to address what they've told you matters. It works in negotiations, where hearing the other side's opening position gives you information about their priorities and flexibility. It works in arguments, where letting someone fully express their grievance before responding means you can address what actually bothers them rather than what you assume bothers them. In everyday conversations, People who listen more and speak less often end up having more influence because their contributions are more targeted and relevant. They're responding to actual information rather than making assumptions. The challenge is that staying quiet while someone else talks requires patience and confidence. You have to trust that your turn will come and that the information you're gathering is worth the wait. But in most contexts, it is. The person who knows more going into their response has a significant advantage. The key is to actually listen while they're talking, not just wait for your turn. If you're so busy rehearsing what you'll say that you don't absorb what they're saying, you've lost the advantage. But if you genuinely listen, take in their position and framing and concerns, you can craft a response that speaks directly to their actual situation rather than to your assumptions about it. Make letting them talk first your default in important conversations. Ask questions that invite them to explain their thinking before you share yours. That patience and that information gathering creates better outcomes than rushing to make your case before you know what case actually needs to be made. Slower sounds smarter. The pace at which you speak affects how people perceive your intelligence and credibility more than most people realize. Speaking quickly can make you sound nervous, uncertain, or like you're rushing through something you haven't fully thought through. Speaking more slowly makes you sound more thoughtful, more confident, more certain of what you're saying. The difference is often just a matter of seconds, but those seconds change everything about how your message is received. When you slow down your speech even slightly, several things happen. You give yourself time to choose words more carefully. You give your listeners time to absorb what you're saying before the next thought arrives. And you communicate that you're not in a hurry, that what you're saying is worth taking time with. That deliberate pacing reads as confidence and competence. In meetings and presentations, the people whose words carry the most weight are often not the ones who talk the most, but the ones who speak more deliberately. In arguments or tense conversations, the person who maintains a slow, steady pace while others speed up in agitation often ends up controlling the conversation because their calm pace models the energy they want others to match. In everyday interactions, slowing down your speech makes complex ideas easier to follow and ensures nothing important gets lost in a rush of words. The key is finding the right pace, slow enough to create weight and comprehension, but not so slow that you seem to be dragging or condescending. The target is deliberate without being plodding, measured without being tedious. That sweet spot varies by context and culture, but in most settings, erring on the side of slightly slower than your instinct is better than rushing. Practice this consciously. In your next important conversation, make a deliberate effort to slow your pace. Pause between thoughts. Let your words have space to land before the next ones arrive. Notice how it feels different, how people respond differently, how your own thinking clarifies when you're not racing through your sentences. The slower pace doesn't just change how others perceive you. It often makes your actual thinking better because you're giving yourself space to formulate thoughts more completely before speaking them. And better thinking delivered at a pace that allows absorption is almost always more influential than rushed thoughts tumbled out quickly, no matter how brilliant they might be. Choice frame freedom. Nobody likes being told what to do. Even when the request is reasonable, even when it's something they might have done anyway, being commanded or told triggers resistance because it threatens autonomy. But frame that same request as a choice, and suddenly it becomes easier to accept. Instead of "you need to finish this today," try "would you rather finish this today or tackle it first thing tomorrow?" The outcome might be the same, but the framing preserves the person's sense of control, and that makes all the difference in how they respond. This works because the psychological need for autonomy is profound. When we feel our choices are being taken away, we resist purely on principle, even if the thing being asked of us is fine. But when we're given options, when we feel like we're steering our own course, resistance drops away. We're not being forced, we're choosing, and that shift in perception changes everything. In parenting, choice framing reduces power struggles dramatically. Do you want to clean up now, or after dinner is easier to comply with than clean up your room now? In management, giving team members choices about how or when to accomplish things builds cooperation where commands build resentment. In relationships, framing requests as preferences or options rather than demands prevents the defensiveness that kills communication. The key is that the choices have to be real. Offering false choices or choices where all options are actually punishments isn't framing freedom, it's manipulation, and people see through it. But when you genuinely offer options that give the person some control over how things unfold, that autonomy makes cooperation natural rather than forced. This doesn't mean never being direct or never making clear requests. Sometimes you need to be straightforward about what needs to happen. But when you have flexibility in how or when something gets done, offering that flexibility as choice rather than imposing a single path reduces friction dramatically. People do better work and cooperate more willingly when they feel they have some say in how things go, even if the destination is the same. Use choice framing whenever you can genuinely offer options. That preservation of autonomy transforms potential resistance into willing cooperation because people never had to give up their sense of being in control of their own lives and decisions. Feet point intent. We can control our faces and our words fairly easily, but our feet and body orientation often betray our real intentions and feelings. When you're in conversation with someone, look at where their feet are pointing. If they're pointed toward you, they're engaged. If they're angled toward the door or away from you, part of them wants to leave even if their face is smiling and they're nodding along. This knowledge works both ways. Understanding that feet reveal true interest helps you read situations accurately, and being aware of your own feet positioning helps you send the signals you want to send. If you want someone to feel like you're fully present and engaged, make sure your feet are pointed toward them, not angled away or toward an exit. That full body orientation toward someone communicates interest and presence that no amount of eye contact can fully compensate for if your body is angled away. In group conversations, watch the feet. They reveal who's actually engaged, who wants to join, who wants to leave. People whose feet point toward each other are in real conversation. People whose feet point elsewhere are physically preparing to disengage even if they haven't done so socially yet. In networking or social events, you can use your feet to signal openness or closure. If you're in conversation but want to invite others to join, angle your body to create an opening in the circle. If you want to signal that a conversation is wrapping up, start pointing your feet toward where you're going next. People pick up on these cues unconsciously and adjust accordingly. The feet don't lie because we don't think about controlling them the way we think about controlling our facial expressions or words. They're unconscious indicators of where we actually want to be and what we actually want to be doing, and learning to read them and use them intentionally gives you both better information about others and better control over what you're communicating to them. Shoes read personality. The condition and style of someone's shoes tells you surprising amounts about their personality, priorities, and current life situation. This isn't about judging people or making snap decisions about their worth. It's about noticing patterns that give you information. Well-maintained, expensive shoes suggest someone who values quality and takes care of their possessions. Worn, practical shoes suggest someone who prioritizes function over appearance, or someone going through a period where resources are tight. Mismatched style suggests transition, or someone who doesn't particularly care about conventional presentation. None of these observations are judgments, just data. When you're trying to understand someone or decide how to approach them, their shoes provide information. Are they showing up in pristine formal shoes to a casual event? They might be nervous or trying to impress. Are they wearing clearly comfortable but worn shoes to something where appearance typically matters? They might be confident enough not to care, or they might be struggling in ways that make appearance a lower priority. The scuffs and wear patterns tell stories about how someone moves through the world. Do they drag their feet? Do they walk with purpose? Do they spend time outdoors or primarily in offices? The shoes record all of it. In professional contexts, noticing shoes can help you understand someone's background and current situation in ways their carefully controlled words and facial expressions don't reveal. In dating, shoes often reveal more authentic information about someone's lifestyle and priorities than their rehearsed dating profile. The key is to gather this information without judgment and to hold it lightly. Shoes are data points, not deterministic predictors. But they're data points worth noticing because they're rarely being actively managed the way faces and words are. Most people don't think carefully about what their shoes communicate, which means shoes often communicate more honestly. Pay attention without making assumptions, and you'll find that shoes give you a surprisingly useful window into who someone is and how they're doing that supplements what they're consciously telling you about themselves. Favor builds bond. The Ben Franklin effect describes a counterintuitive truth. When someone does you a favor, they tend to like you more afterward rather than less. This seems backwards. Shouldn't asking people for things make them resent you? But the psychological mechanism is that we rationalize our actions. If I help this person, I must like them. Otherwise, why would I have helped? That rationalization creates positive feelings toward you. When you ask someone for a small favor, something genuinely easy for them to say yes to, you create a microbond. They've invested a small amount of effort in helping you, and that investment makes them more inclined to like you and to help again because we become invested in people we help. In networking, asking someone for small advice or input creates stronger connections than trying to impress them. In social situations, asking someone to save your seat or watch your back for a moment creates rapport. In professional settings, asking a colleague for small helps builds relationship better than maintaining perfect independence. The favor needs to be genuinely small so they feel good about helping rather than burdened. And your gratitude needs to be genuine so they feel appreciated rather than taken for granted. When these elements align, the small exchange of help and thanks creates positive feelings that open the door to further connection. This principle works because it taps into the human need to feel useful and helpful. When you give someone an opportunity to help you in a small way, you make them feel good about themselves and they associate that good feeling with you. That's not manipulation. That's just how social bonding works through reciprocal exchanges of help. Use this understanding to build relationships. Don't be afraid to ask for small, genuine helps from people you want to connect with. The asking, if done appropriately, actually strengthens bonds rather than weakening them. And those small early favors often grow into relationships where significant mutual support becomes natural because the foundation of helping and being helped was established early and felt good to both parties. Silence. Use space. In groups or meetings, the person most comfortable with silence often commands the most respect without saying the most words. When everyone else rushes to fill every pause, the person who can sit in silence without fidgeting or forcing commentary stands out. Their comfort with quiet communicates confidence and self-possession that constant talking never achieves. When they do speak after holding silence, their words carry extra weight because they've waited for something worth saying rather than just making noise. This works because silence creates space that most people find uncomfortable, and the person who's comfortable in that space demonstrates a level of security that others unconsciously respect. In professional meetings, watching who speaks least but with most impact reveals this dynamic. Often, it's not the person dominating conversation, but the person who speaks deliberately after pauses, whose contributions are considered rather than reflexive. In social situations, people comfortable with conversational pauses create a more relaxed atmosphere. Not every second needs words. That ease with quiet makes others comfortable too, because your example shows silence is okay. In one-on-one important conversations, comfortable silence between points allows what was just said to be absorbed before the next thing arrives. That processing space makes conversations more meaningful than constant chatter ever could. The challenge is genuinely reframing silence for yourself. Most of us are taught that silence is awkward, something to be avoided or fixed. But when you understand silence as space for thought, for absorption, for the weight of what was just said to settle, it stops feeling like failure and starts feeling like valuable breathing room in conversation. Practice this deliberately. Let pauses exist without rushing to fill them. Count to 3 before responding. Watch how often the silence isn't nearly as uncomfortable as you anticipated, and notice how the words that come after silence land with more impact than words that rush to fill every gap. Owning space through comfortable silence is a subtle but powerful form of presence. It makes you seem more substantial, more grounded, more worth listening to when you do speak, which means your influence often exceeds your word count. Quality over quantity becomes obvious when someone demonstrates that not every moment requires sound. Compliment behind back, praise delivered directly feels good, but often carries a hint of question. Are they being genuine or just polite? But compliments that reach someone indirectly, things they hear you said about them when they weren't present, land with complete credibility because there was no social obligation driving them. You said it because you meant it, and that authenticity makes indirect compliments far more powerful than direct ones. When someone tells you that someone else spoke highly of you, it creates a warmth and trust that direct compliments rarely match. This makes behind-the-back appreciation one of the most powerful relationship tools available. In professional settings, praising someone's work to their manager or peers builds loyalty far more effectively than praising them directly to their face. In social groups, speaking positively about people when they're not around creates a reputation as someone genuine and supportive. In families, complimenting one member to another strengthens bonds all around. The key is specificity and genuineness. Generic praise feels empty even secondhand, but specific recognition of something they did well, especially something others might not have noticed, shows real attention and carries real weight. And because you said it without audience or obligation, it's received as deeply sincere. This principle also shapes how others perceive you. When people know you speak well of others in their absence, they trust you more because they know you're not two-faced. You build people up rather than tearing them down. That reputation is invaluable both professionally and personally. The opposite is equally important to understand. Speaking negatively about people behind their backs, even when it feels justified, creates an atmosphere of distrust because people assume if you talk about others negatively, you probably talk about them that way too. Make it a practice to look for opportunities to speak well of people to others, knowing it will likely get back to them. That indirect route makes the compliment more powerful, not less, because it proves the praise wasn't performed for social points. And the pattern of consistently speaking well of others makes you someone others trust and want around because they know you're genuinely in their corner even when they're not in the room. We replace you. When addressing problems or providing feedback, the language you choose determines whether you create partnership or defensiveness. You language isolates and blames. You made a mistake. You forgot this. You need to fix that. We language creates shared ownership. Even when responsibility isn't perfectly equal, we need to figure out what went wrong here. We should make sure this doesn't happen again. That shift from individual blame to collective responsibility changes everything about how feedback is received. This works because you language triggers defensive reactions. When people feel personally attacked or singled out, they protect themselves rather than engaging with the problem. We language removes that personal threat and focuses attention on the issue rather than on defending against blame. Even when one person is clearly more responsible, framing it as we keeps them engaged in solution, finding rather than self-protection. In team leadership, consistent use of we language builds cohesion. Problems become shared challenges rather than individual failures. In parenting, we language helps children learn without shame. In relationships, it prevents the you versus me dynamic that makes resolution impossible. We're both stressed and need to communicate better keeps both people on the same team instead of creating opposition. For positive attribution, you language is perfect. You did excellent work is direct and personal in a good way. But for problems, we language is almost always superior because it creates the psychological safety necessary for people to acknowledge mistakes and work on improvement. The person receiving feedback can admit fault without feeling isolated or attacked because the we framing shows you're staying with them through the problem rather than standing apart to judge. Master this linguistic shift and your difficult conversations will go dramatically better. People will be more willing to acknowledge mistakes, more engaged in finding solutions, less defensive and more cooperative, all because you replaced accusatory you with collaborative we. That simple change in pronoun creates profound differences in how people respond to necessary but difficult feedback. Script break genuine. Social life is full of scripts, automatic exchanges that require no real thought or presence. How are you? Fine, you? The ritual is so ingrained that no genuine communication happens. When you break these scripts with authentic responses or unexpected questions, you create moments of actual human connection in a sea of social automation. Instead of fine, try honestly, a bit overwhelmed today, or actually better now that I'm talking to someone real. These departures from script surprise people positively because they weren't expecting genuine human contact in a routine exchange, and getting it shifts the moment from mechanical to meaningful. In professional networking, everyone performs the same scripts. The person who breaks them gently with authentic responses or unexpected questions becomes memorable where others fade. In dating, moving past standard small talk shows personality and creates real connection. In service interactions, when either party breaks script with something genuine, it transforms transaction into human moment. The key is authenticity over performance. You're not trying to be quirky or attention-seeking. You're just being present and honest instead of automatic. Most people appreciate this because they're tired of scripts too. Your willingness to step off the well-worn conversational paths gives them permission to be real also, and suddenly you're having an actual conversation instead of performing a social ritual. Over time, being someone who consistently brings presence to scripted situations makes you someone others seek out because interactions with you feel different, more real, more worth having. In a world of surface exchanges, being genuinely present is increasingly rare and valuable. Start small. Next time someone asks how you are, give them something real instead of automatic fine. Not a complaint or inappropriate sharing, just something honest. Watch how often they respond with matching honesty, and how much better even brief exchanges feel when someone breaks the script and invites real contact. Voice lower authority. Volume doesn't equal authority, though many people act as if it does. When tensions rise and voices get louder, the person who lowers their voice rather than raising it often ends up controlling the room. Speaking quietly in moments when others expect you to escalate creates a contrast that's impossible to ignore and that communicates control more effectively than any amount of shouting. When you drop your voice while others are raising theirs, you force them to quiet down to hear you. You interrupt the escalation pattern, and you demonstrate that you're not being tossed around by the emotional storm. That steadiness commands respect in ways that matching intensity never does. In conflicts, the quiet voice shows strength, not weakness, because it takes more self-control to stay quiet than to yell back. In meetings when discussions get heated, the person maintaining calm, low tones often influences outcomes more than those shouting their positions. In parenting, responding to screaming children with deliberately quiet voice diffuses situations more effectively than yelling matches. The key is that the quiet has to come from genuine calm, not from suppressed rage. If you're seething but speaking quietly, people sense the incongruence and it creates different tension. But when you're actually composed and your voice reflects that, the quiet has power. It pulls the energy in the room down toward your level, rather than letting the chaos pull you up toward its level. Practice this in situations where tension is building. Notice the urge to match volume and consciously choose to lower yours instead. Watch how often that choice alone shifts the dynamic, bringing everyone's energy down simply because you modeled a different possibility. The quiet voice in chaos doesn't disappear. It cuts through more clearly than shouting because it's the only voice operating from composure rather than reaction. And composure in crisis is what people instinctively follow. Nod while questioning. Physical gestures can bias responses without people consciously noticing. When you ask a question while nodding gently, you create subtle momentum toward yes. The nodding triggers mirroring responses in many people, where they unconsciously begin nodding too. That physical gesture of agreement often translates to mental agreement, especially for questions where people don't have strong contrary impulses. This doesn't work for genuinely controversial decisions or requests people are inclined to refuse. But for clarifying questions, small requests, checking understanding, or situations where someone is neutral or mildly positive, a gentle nod while asking can tip them toward yes. The technique leverages our tendency to unconsciously mimic body language of people we're cooperating with. When you nod, you invite their mirror neurons to fire, and when they find themselves nodding physically, their mind often aligns with that physical gesture. In sales, checking understanding with "does this make sense?" while nodding gets more affirmative responses. In teaching, verifying comprehension with gentle nods encourages students to confirm. In everyday small requests, nodding while asking reduces friction around minor decisions. The critical element is subtlety and authentic warmth. Obvious or mechanical nodding triggers resistance as people sense manipulation. But natural affirming gestures that are part of your communication style work beneath conscious awareness. You're not tricking anyone into major decisions against their interests. You're just making small yeses easier, removing tiny friction points around things that aren't controversial. Use this ethically and sparingly. It's appropriate for smoothing everyday interactions and ensuring clear communication, not for pressuring people into significant decisions they have doubts about, but for the small agreements and clarifications that make conversation flow. A gentle nod while asking creates slightly more harmony and slightly more affirmative responses, making interactions more pleasant for everyone involved. Advice gives influence. Conventional wisdom says that giving advice is how you demonstrate value and build influence. But often the opposite is true. Asking for advice builds more influence than giving it. When you ask someone for their perspective or guidance, you make them feel valued. You trigger their investment in your success, and you create a relationship dynamic where they're rooting for you. This is why mentorship relationships often benefit mentors as much as mentees. The act of advising creates emotional investment in the person being advised. In professional contexts, asking colleagues or leaders for their input builds rapport more effectively than demonstrating how much you already know. People who feel consulted become supporters because they've invested thinking in your success. In social situations, asking someone's opinion or advice on something makes them more favorably disposed toward you than impressing them with your own expertise does. The advice doesn't even have to be groundbreaking. The relational effect of having been asked is what matters. Once someone has given you guidance, they become psychologically committed to your success because your success validates their contribution. They want you to do well because it reflects well on their advice. This creates allies and advocates in ways that performing competence alone never achieves. The key is asking genuinely from people who might actually have useful perspective, showing real consideration of what they offer, and expressing authentic appreciation. Going through the motions of asking while clearly intending to ignore the advice is worse than not asking. But genuine requests from relevant people, seriously considered and genuinely appreciated, build relationships and influence more effectively than trying to prove you don't need help. Make asking for perspective a regular practice, not as admission of inadequacy, but as recognition that others have valuable thinking worth incorporating into yours. That respect for others' expertise and the willingness to learn from them creates bonds that demonstrations of your own competence can't match. Echo-reflect words. The fastest way to make someone feel truly heard is to reflect their specific words back to them in your response. When someone says they feel overwhelmed, use overwhelmed rather than stressed. When they say dismissed, use dismissed rather than ignored. This precision shows you're tracking their exact experience rather than translating it into your vocabulary, and that creates instant feelings of being understood that paraphrasing can't quite match. This technique is foundational in therapy where building rapport quickly is essential. When counselors reflect clients' exact language, clients feel deeply heard because the specific words they chose, which usually capture something precise about their experience, are being honored. The same principle works everywhere. Customer service, management, relationships, anywhere that feeling understood matters critically. The practice is more than just mirroring. You're catching words that carry weight and integrating them naturally into your response. So you felt dismissed shows understanding more powerfully than so they didn't listen, even though both capture the same general idea. because dismissed was their word and it likely captures something specific that your substitution might miss. This also keeps conversations aligned. When you use their language, you stay within their frame of reference rather than subtly drifting to yours. That prevents the common conversational problem where you end up discussing something slightly different from what was originally raised. Their words keep you anchored to their meaning. Make this conscious practice. Listen for words that seem meaningful, that they emphasize or repeat or choose carefully. Incorporate those exact words into your responses. That linguistic precision creates disproportionate feelings of being understood, which builds trust and openness faster than almost any other conversational technique. In a world where most people feel chronically misunderstood, being someone who demonstrates real understanding through careful attention to language is a relationship superpower. Them speak win. In negotiations and persuasive conversations, there's often a race to speak first, to establish your position, to control the agenda. But frequently, the strategic move is the opposite. Invite them to speak first and listen carefully. When you speak second, you have information they don't. You know their concerns, priorities, and framing. You can shape your response precisely rather than guessing what will resonate. The person who speaks first reveals their hand. The person who speaks second responds with full information. This works across contexts. In sales, letting customers explain their needs before pitching means you can position offerings precisely to address stated priorities. In negotiations, hearing the opening position reveals information about flexibility and priorities. In arguments, letting someone fully express grievances before responding means you can address actual concerns rather than assumed ones. In everyday conversations, those who listen more and speak less often have more influence because their contributions are targeted and relevant. The challenge is patience and confidence. You have to trust your turn will come and the information is worth waiting for. In most contexts, it is. Knowing more when you finally speak is a significant advantage. The key is actually listening, not just waiting for your turn while rehearsing your response. If you're mentally preparing your speech instead of absorbing their position, you've lost the advantage. But genuine listening and absorption of their framing lets you craft responses that address their actual situation rather than your assumptions about it. Make this your default. Let them talk first. Ask questions that draw out their thinking, then respond with precision based on what you've learned. That patience and information gathering creates better outcomes than rushing to make your case before you know what case needs to be made. Slower pace, smarter. Speaking pace affects perceived intelligence and credibility dramatically. Rapid speech often reads as nervousness or uncertainty, as if you're rushing through something you haven't fully thought through. Slower speech communicates thoughtfulness, confidence, certainty. The difference is often just seconds, but those seconds transform how messages are received. When you slow your speaking pace, you give yourself time to choose better words. You give listeners time to absorb each thought before the next arrives. You communicate that you're not rushed, that what you're saying deserves time. That deliberate pacing reads as confidence and competence to listeners. In meetings and presentations, those whose words carry most weight often speak most deliberately, not most frequently. In tense conversations, the person maintaining slow, steady pace while others accelerate with agitation often ends up controlling the dynamic because calm pace models the energy they want others to match. In complex explanations, slower pace makes difficult material followable, where rapid delivery loses people. The target is deliberate without being dragging, measured without being tedious. That sweet spot varies by context but generally means speaking slightly slower than your instinct suggests. When you feel you're going too slow, you're probably at about the right pace for maximum impact. Practice this consciously. In important conversations, deliberately slow your pace. Pause between thoughts. Let sentences have room to land before the next ones come. Notice how it changes reception, how people respond differently, how your own thinking often clarifies when you're not racing through your words. Slower speaking doesn't just change perception, It often improves your actual thinking because you're giving yourself space to formulate thoughts more completely before voicing them. Better thinking delivered at absorbable pace is almost always more influential than brilliant thoughts tumbled out too quickly to follow. Choice always frame. Being told what to do triggers resistance even when the request is reasonable. Framing the same request as choice preserves autonomy and dramatically increases cooperation. Instead of "finish this today," try "would you rather finish this today or tackle it first thing tomorrow?" The outcome might be the same, but the framing preserves their sense of control, which changes everything about reception and willingness. This works because autonomy needs are profound. When choices feel taken away, we resist on principle even if the requested action is fine. When we're given options, when we feel we're steering our own course, resistance evaporates. We're choosing rather than being forced, and that perceptual shift transforms compliance into willing participation. In parenting, choice framing eliminates power struggles. Do you want to clean up now, or after dinner meets less resistance than clean up now? In management, giving team members choices about how or when to accomplish objectives builds cooperation where commands build resentment. In relationships, framing requests as preferences rather than demands prevents defensiveness that kills communication. The choices must be real. False choices, or choices where every option is unpleasant, is manipulation people see through. But genuinely offering options that give some control over how things unfold makes cooperation natural rather than forced. This doesn't eliminate the need for clear directives. Sometimes you must be straightforward about what needs to happen. But when you have flexibility in how or when, offering that flexibility as choice rather than imposing one path reduces friction dramatically. People work better and cooperate more willingly when they feel some say in how things go, even when the destination is fixed. Use choice framing whenever you can genuinely offer options. That preservation of autonomy transforms potential resistance into willing cooperation because people never had to surrender their sense of control over their own lives and decisions. Feet reveal intent. We control faces and words fairly easily, but feet and body orientation often betray true intentions. In conversation, look at where their feet point. Toward you means genuine engagement. Angled toward door or away means part of them wants to leave regardless of facial expressions or verbal assurances. This knowledge works bidirectionally. Understanding that feet reveal interest helps you read situations accurately. Being aware of your own feet positioning helps you send intended signals. If you want someone to feel your full presence, point your feet toward them rather than angling away. Full body orientation communicates interest that no amount of eye contact compensates for when your body angles away. In groups, feet reveal who's actually engaged, who wants to join, who wants to leave. People whose feet point toward each other are truly conversing. Those whose feet point elsewhere are physically preparing to disengage even if social disengagement hasn't happened yet. In networking or social events, use feet to signal openness or closure. Want to invite others to join your conversation? Angle your body to create opening in your circle. Want to signal conversation is wrapping? Start pointing feet toward your next destination. People pick up these cues unconsciously and adjust accordingly. Feet don't lie because we don't think to control them like we control facial expressions or words. They're unconscious indicators of where we actually want to be and what we actually want to be doing. Learning to read them and use them intentionally gives you both better information about others and better control over what you're unconsciously communicating to them. Shoes tell stories. Shoe condition and style reveal surprising amounts about personality, priorities, and current life circumstances. This isn't about judging worth, but about gathering information. Well-maintained expensive shoes suggest valuing quality and caring for possessions. Worn practical shoes suggest prioritizing function or going through resource-tight periods. Mismatched style suggests transition or not particularly caring about conventional presentation. These aren't judgments, just data points. When understanding someone or deciding approach strategies, shoes provide information. Pristine formal shoes at casual events might signal nervousness or trying to impress. Comfortable but worn shoes where appearance typically matters might signal confidence, not caring or struggling with priorities beyond appearance. Scuffs and wear patterns tell stories about how someone moves through the world. Do they drag feet, walk with purpose, spend time outdoors, or primarily in offices? Shoes record all of it. In professional contexts, noticing shoes helps understand background and current situations in ways carefully controlled words and expressions don't reveal. In dating, shoes often reveal more authentic lifestyle and priority information than rehearsed profiles. The key is gathering without judgment and holding information lightly. Shoes are data points, not deterministic predictors, but they're worth noticing because they're rarely actively managed like faces and words are. Most people don't think carefully about what their shoes communicate, which means shoes often communicate more honestly. Pay attention without assumptions, and you'll find shoes give you surprisingly useful windows into who someone is and how they're doing, supplementing what they're consciously telling you about themselves.